Please take your seats. We will be starting soon. Thank you so much. I will begin with the land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Kizh peoples. We will now call the October 16th, 2023 City Council meeting to order. It is 6:01 p.m. Manny Rodriguez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Byers. Present. Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Here.
Mayor Schein.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We did not have a closed session this evening.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I just report on the closed session from last Monday?
Yes,
Thank
please
you
do.
very much.
Okay.
The City Council met in closed session on Monday, October 9th to conduct the annual performance evaluation of the city manager, which is required under the city manager's contract to be conducted sometime in the fall of each year. The meeting was at City Hall. It started at about 5 p.m. and concluded around 7:30 p.m., and the council took no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes from staff to the agenda this evening?
No, Mayor, there are no changes from staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do my colleagues have any proposed changes to the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I was wondering if we could move 5F, the WeHo Pride, to consent.
All right, okay.
Great. I was wondering if we could move 6A, the construction agreement for the CIP on San Vicente, to consent.
Are we good? Okay.
Great. I'll try one more, 5E, the inclusive strategic plan. No, okay. I couldn't remember which one it was, Councilmember Meister.
Sorry. Yes, Councilman Meister. 5D.
That's the approval of agreements for services with HR&A advisors in designing and color to conduct citywide economic study.
I'm fine with that.
I would
Councilmember
like
Hyman?
to keep that on.
Oh, you want to keep that on? Okay, so we're going to keep that on. And Mayor Pro Tem, you have more?
No, I was wondering if we could pull 2M, and that is the agreement for services with Wilden Engineering to provide proactive code enforcement inspections of rent-stabilized residential units. I
Okay,
have a couple questions.
sure. So pulling 2M for questions. And Councilmember Byers, do you have any proposed changes? Okay. Is anyone opposed to, Councilmember Heilman, yes.
I just have a suggestion with respect to 2S, which is going to be changing speed limits in the city. One of them is on Fairfax, and I hope that we would coordinate with the city of LA, because it doesn't make sense for us to have a different speed limit than the city of LA, and I believe that the city of LA is working on it as well. I think it makes sense to just implement it at the same time if that's possible. But I'm fine with the item otherwise.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was wondering, I know 5B is a metro update and you need an action for an alternate. I didn't know if we could move that to consent with appointing an alternate, or if you need to have it on the agenda. I see Lauren shaking her head now.
I think it's cleaner if we keep
Sure.
it on the agenda.
You don't have to have a staff report if you just want to
Yes, so we
have
won't
the
need
main
it.
part.
Exactly. I think we don't need a staff report, and I'll remind staff at that time. Okay, so that is, we have moving to consent this evening, 5F, which is WeHo Pride 2023 debrief and WeHo Pride 2024 planning. 6A, the construction agreement with Select Electric regarding San Vicente Boulevard and Rosewood Avenue Street improvements. And we're pulling 2M from consent for a couple of questions. So that is it this evening. We have a motion and a second. There we go.
Councilmember Meister.
Can you vote? Thank you. Wonderful.
Motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving to adjournment motions. Councilmember Meister, I understand you have an adjournment this evening. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Richard Dick Copeland, father of Planning Commissioner and WeHo resident Kimberly Copeland, who passed away on October 12th in Newport News. He was 87. He is survived by his sister, 4 children, and 6 grandchildren. Prior to opening his automobile dealerships in Virginia, Dick was an educator. He continued to support education by funding various scholarships and literacy initiatives and serving on the President's Council of the College of William and Mary. He had a great sense of humor, and in addition to his family and friends, he loved music, sports, wildlife, travel, good food and wine, and living on the James River. We send our deepest sympathies to Kim and her family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other adjournment motions from my other colleagues? Councilmember Heilman.
Mayor, I'd like to adjourn in memory of my friend Carl Benedetto, who passed away at the age of 100 in North Carolina. He was a longtime businessman, but before that, he served in the military for many years, and I would request that we adjourn in his memory.
Will do, thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss. And also sorry for Kimberly Copeland's loss. Any others? Okay. I have an adjournment. I am deeply saddened by the current conflict taking place in Israel and Gaza. This conflict has claimed the lives of more than 1,400 Israelis and 2,700 Palestinians as a result of terrorism, with many more injured and held hostage. I also want to bring light to the horrific murder of a six-year-old Wadia al-Fayoum, who was a young Muslim Palestinian boy who was tragically killed by his landlord in an act of Islamophobia on Saturday in Chicago. This was a pure act of Islamophobia and hate. My sincere thoughts it's absolutely heartbreaking what's happening. So there's not enough that we can say to make this situation and the way any of us feel better, truly, with what's happening. So our hearts go out to all who are lost and are feeling the losses. We are going to move on to presentations with our first presentation of the evening for Miss West Hollywood. Yes.
Fine. Okay. I'm up first then. I am very excited and honored to recognize Miss West Hollywood 2023, Danielle Soucy. Danielle was chosen to represent West Hollywood by the 72nd edition of the state-level beauty pageant that selects California's candidate for Miss USA. Alongside the competition work, Danielle dove headfirst into serving our community. She has attended several events, including ribbon cuttings and the West Hollywood and Los Angeles Pride Parades, where she was able to showcase some of her community work while also connecting with local businesses. As an advocate for mental health, Danielle can often be found volunteering with her therapy dog Rufus at local hospitals, schools, and businesses where they visit others to help uplift their day. As her next initiative, she hopes to travel locally to speak to youth, and particularly young women, about career opportunities within the STEM field, while simultaneously continuing to encourage them to become active members within their communities. Danielle plans to continue her work even after her reign as Miss West Hollywood comes to an end, and will use this as a stepping stone to hopefully create bigger opportunities for herself and her community. Thank you, Danielle, incredibly, just so much for representing the West Hollywood community in a positive and inclusive manner that truly embodies the city's core values of respect and support for people. At this time, I would like to invite Miss West Hollywood, Danielle, up to the dais for a photo and to accept the certificate on behalf of the City Council.
I just would like to thank the City Council members for welcoming me to the city with open arms. It's been an amazing experience in this past year, and I hope to continue working with the city, building partnerships, and just creating better opportunities for the city. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And now we are going to have our second presentation by Councilmember Heilman for the 2023 Gay Games participants.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone here. The Gay Games is an opportunity for LGBTQI people to participate and compete in a whole series of sports. I've had the opportunity to participate in some of the past Gay Games events, including in Vancouver and in New York and San Francisco. But I won't be able to participate this year. This year, the games are going to be in Hong Kong and Guadalajara from November 3rd to 11th. And we have a number of people from the West Hollywood community and the adjacent community who are going to be representing Southern California and particularly West Hollywood. I believe Shamie Kramer is here tonight. I don't know if there are other participants who are here tonight. I'd like to ask them all to come forward so we can present them with the West Hollywood flag, which they will be using as they're participating in the opening ceremonies as well as in the closing ceremonies. Shamie, please come forward and join, if my council member colleague could join us as we congratulate and thank all of the participants who are here tonight.
Oh, they're all leaving. Thank you, Councilmember Heilman, Mayor Shine, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, and Council Members Meister and Byers, as we gather here on the ancestral lands of the Tongva and the Kizh people. As you saw, we have several of the representatives of the 120 athletes that will be traveling to Guadalajara. We have one traveling to Hong Kong. He could not be with us this evening. But we will be represented in 15 of the 20 sports, including basketball, dodgeball, powerlifting, softball, tennis, beach volleyball, figure skating, marathon, half marathon, swimming, track and field, diving, wrestling, 5K and 10K, water polo, and of course, what would a gay games be without a cheer competition? Guadalajara is incorporating the Dia los Muertos theme throughout the gay games. As a way to respect that theme, which is part of our own local heritage and culture, we are asking our athletes to carry a photo of a fallen teammate or loved one whose spirit will be with us as we enter during opening ceremony. One of those photos will be of Ron Stone. I knew Ron through his leadership on the West Hollywood City Council, the West Hollywood Cityhood Initiative in the early 1980s, where he earned the moniker of the Father of West Hollywood. Ron was also a member of West Hollywood Aquatics, and so it's only fitting that we celebrate his life as we carry in that flag, the one that he made a reality. These will be the first gay games not held in Europe or an English-speaking country, and the first to take place in Asia and Latin America. The increase in participation from Latin American and Asian countries is already noticeable. For Guadalajara, we have almost 40% of the registrants coming from Mexico, Central, and South America. That's about an 8 times greater amount than ever before at a previous gay games. Next year, both the International Gay and Lesbian Aquatics and the International Gay and Lesbian Football Association will be holding their championships in Buenos Aires. This is a monumental step forward in building queer and sport communities throughout the world, especially in places where coming out requires courage and defiance, sometimes at great personal risk. I couldn't be more proud to lead this contingent of athletes and artists from West Hollywood and Greater Los Angeles as we embark upon this journey together, promoting the Gay Games motto of participation, inclusion, and personal best. So thank you for your recognition and continued support. Best of success to Hong Kong. Y vámonos, Guadalajara. Thank you.
Best of luck to you all. We're going to move to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the City Clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. Instructions on how to participate in City Council meetings can be found on the City Council agenda, as well as at www.weho.org/council agendas, and only individuals who registered to speak via Zoom with the City Clerk will be heard. If my colleagues agree, since we have a heavy agenda this evening, the City Clerk will keep us informed of the time so that if we need to have consensus on moving the rest of the public comments to the second period. Lastly, I want to inform the community that there has been an increase in attacks in many cities around the state, whereby public commenters have been calling into public comment lines at City Council meetings and forcing communities to hear vile and hateful racist and anti-Semitic public comment messages. I anticipate such comments may come through tonight based on the number of cities that have experienced these attacks. I want to tell the public and staff that while we may sometimes seem divided on some political issues, West Hollywood is united against hate. Staff has provided us signs that my colleagues, staff, and the public may use to express that we are united against hate. If you hear a comment that is hateful, you may hold up your sign, or you may leave the room or turn down your volume at home. You are not required to endure speech that offends decency and our core values. Please let the signs show that we are united against hate, and this type of speech does not reflect our values. While these disruptors may be taking advantage of the opportunity to speak to our community, because we currently provide for telephonic comments, they will not break our spirit. We are united together for love and against hate. City Manager Wilson, please provide us your report this evening. Or, never mind, we have public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first speaker this evening is Andy Harland, to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
Good evening. I'm Andy Harlan, co-chairman of the Sal Garriello Veterans Memorial Committee.
Andy, can you speak closer to the mic so we can hear you? Thank you.
I'm just speaking on the upcoming event of our 20th anniversary of our park, the Sal Garriello Veterans Memorial Park. I just want to thank everybody from the City Council and Parks and Recreation who has been with us to help put this project together for 20 years. I'm like one of the surviving members of the original committee. 1997, I met with Sal about bringing a memorial to the city of West Hollywood. And my friend Libby Hatch from the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, who helped us organize everything. The first meeting that Sal and I had the first year, she was killed in an accident. Now Sal is gone. Richard Sull, our vice chairman, is gone. Donna Sauer now is in hospice. And I'm the only voice that can speak for this. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for the support that we have gotten, especially around the world, but I'm most proud of that, and I will make sure you guys get a list of it, that the 3 different cities that reached out to us from 2003 to 2007 to ask could we help them do what we did in West Hollywood, the American Veterans Disabled Life Memorial in Washington, D.C., the Somerset County Veterans Memorial, and the Lakeview, Minnesota Memorial. All have completed their veterans projects, and it was inspired by what we did in 2003. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy. Our next speaker is Nick Roybal, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Morally speaking, there is no limit to the concern one must feel for the suffering of human beings. That indifference to evil is worse than evil itself. That in a free society, some are guilty, but all are responsible. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel. I wanted to speak on this to personally thank Councilmember Meister for bringing to you forward. I want to speak to the children of Israel, the children in Gaza. It seems that it's always women and children and the most vulnerable that are the bodies for evil to act upon. I know indifference. I know abandonment. And I know evil. It is imperative on every citizen around the world And I would actually say, Mayor Shine, there is a language. I turn to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There is a language to confront such evil. Eleanor Roosevelt was part of that process, along with former Lebanese, who was head of the Commission on Human Rights. So there is a language, and I return to that in this time, mostly led by women. So again, thank you, Councilmember Meister, and may we all confront evil in all ways and protect all children. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Omer Sano.
Good evening, council members. I'm Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm speaking on behalf of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition to support item 6A, improvements to traffic signaling at the intersection of Rosewood Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard. This is a big step. It's been in the works for at least 5 years. More than that, according to Councilmember Meister. I know she lives nearby there. And as a person who has often gone through that intersection trying to get across San Vicente Boulevard from Rosewood Avenue, often at rush hour, the improvements are very welcome. And we also compliment the staff for the innovative design of having crosswalks both for bicyclists and pedestrians, keeping them separated. That is always helpful, I think, to both groups. So we look forward to the installation of that infrastructure after you all approve the contract this evening. On that subject, there's at least one signal in the city of West Hollywood at Lexington and La Brea that currently detects bicycles waiting to cross at the traffic light to cross La Brea, which is badly needed there for bicyclists. That's the only one that I've been able to confirm actually works. And we, the Bicycle Coalition, have for many years urged the city to install either detection or push-button activation for bicyclists at every signal in the city, because currently there are precious few, one that I know of, and bicyclists either have no option or they have to go up onto the sidewalk with pedestrians to push a button. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Omer Sano, to be followed by Rick Watts.
Hi, I'm Omer. My last name is Sohail, but my writing looks like chicken scratch. So that's not your fault. I am speaking in support of the dockless mobility pilot program, the scooters. I'm a young person. I work full-time. I pay taxes. I live in the city. We exist, and I use this system a lot. And I know there's lots of problems with it, but like anything new, you know, like don't throw it away. Like work on it. You know, show people that government can do something good. I like use the app, and like it also throttles your speed at 10 miles per hour, which is great if you're riding on the sidewalk. So I think that thing needs to go back up to 15. And I think there just needs to be more planning around it, more signage, more like maybe a video that shows you how to do it. People lack self-awareness when they drive, just like they do on their scooters. So, I'm here for the scooters, but thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick Watts, to be followed by Patrick Blood.
Thank you, Council Mayor. Just want to remind everyone that October is Disabilities Awareness Month. Yesterday, of course, we had the annual AIDS Walk here in Los Angeles, and that reminds us that AIDS is a pandemic that still goes on in our city, and there have been persons, including myself, by the way, now 39 years, HIV positive, 2 of which were with full-blown AIDS. Tomorrow, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., over at Plummer Park, rooms 5 and 6 and surrounds in the main building, the Disabilities Advisory Board will be having its annual health screening and vaccination event that is co-sponsored with the Older Adults Board, formerly known as the Senior Advisory Board. And we invite all of you there. There will be free flu vaccinations and COVID vaccinations that will include the new updated vaccinations that will better protect us all against the flu, against COVID, and even if you've handled COVID well in the past, it will help other.
If you talk into the
it'll help other
microphone
persons
so
that
people at home can hear you.
It'll help other persons around us that may not fare quite so well with COVID or flu. And then also on Wednesday night, the Disabilities Advisory Board will be having its annual televised meeting and awards events honoring persons who have been of great service to persons with disabilities. I also want to add there is still an ongoing issue with the misinterpretation of Assembly Bill 2449, which is preventing, the bill is not, the misinterpretation of the bill is preventing board and commission members from being able to participate as required by that law in their meetings as voting members. Thank you.
Patrick Budd to be followed by George Nickel.
Good evening, Council. I stand before you tonight a little bit exhausted, not from a lack of sleep or my long workday, but from years coming to this very body advocating for the rights of disabilities and people living with disabilities. I understand the challenges of prioritizing the city's issues and its interests, but ending this pilot program, it's not a difficult decision. Your vote tonight will signify that disability rights are indeed civil rights, because they are, because the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed 33 years ago by Congress. Even in recent history, we've seen the consequences of neglecting civil rights. From discriminatory laws in Florida, Don't Say Gay Bill, anti-trans laws that are being passed, to the chipping away of Roe v. Wade protecting a woman's right to choose the outcome of her health. We've seen how civil rights are chipped away piece by piece. And it might seem small to so many, but for the disabled community, this continual chipping away will lead to a downward spiral. We have fought these issues before. We have stood up as a city. We have condemned other states and other cities for doing things against other people's civil rights, yet here in our very city, we are allowing people with disabilities to suffer. Your leadership is crucial here. Showcase the world tonight that West Hollywood stands firm against any form of discrimination and infringement of fundamental rights. The pilot program was given numerous chances, numerous opportunities, and it is clear it is time to end it. And as Mr. Watts just said, the Disability Service Awards will be held in this very chamber in just 2 days. We're in Disabilities Awareness Month, so please use your hearts, your minds, and the compelling evidence from residents who have years begged you to end this program. So I humbly ask you to end the program this evening. Thank you.
George Nickel to be followed by Kim Strauss.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, George Nickel, 19-year resident of West Hollywood. I'm also speaking about the dockless mobility pilot program, and I'm urging you to end it. The staff report makes a really good, compelling argument for the e-scooters because it says that they help to reduce climate change and they reduce gas emissions. But the problem is that when I read the survey, it says that 66% of the respondents take the scooters instead of walking. Another 1% take them when they wouldn't have done anything at all. So in fact, these scooters are being charged by electricity, which could be generated using fossil fuels, which are non-renewable, or even nuclear energy. And so overall, it would increase gas emissions and contribute to climate change. So I also would like to say that they're a nuisance to people that have a difficult time getting around. I myself went out the other night, and it was dark, and it was on my street, and one of them was completely blocking the sidewalk, completely. It was parked right across it. I had no trouble walking around it, but somebody with disabilities, a senior, it might have been different for them. I had to think of my grandmother who walked with a cane and then with a walker. She would not have been able to get around it. So I also would like to say personal responsibility. If a real contributing factor in your decision is to help combat climate change, then I urge all of you to consider going vegan. Being a vegan is the single most important thing that you can do to reduce your own carbon footprint. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kim Strauss, to be followed by Robert Oliver.
Hi, good evening. Nice to see you again. John, thanks for the call back. I'm here tonight to appeal to all of you. I work in the entertainment community. I'm here with one of my agents, Matt Jackson, who's supposed to speak as well tonight. We need your help. You know, it's been 5 months, 0 income, 0 response from the governor. We've had to reach out to local state officials who have been absolutely a blessing for their guidance and their direction. I've had 4 clients commit suicide over the last 5 months. I buried 2 friends on top of that. My agents are taking 2nd and 3rd jobs. I have clients that have been evicted from their West Hollywood residences and are eating at food banks, living out of their cars. And SB 799 got vetoed. So I'm here today to appeal to all of you to get together with the mayor of Beverly Hills, Culver City, and Burbank, and let's work together so that we could put money in the hands of local businesses and people before the holidays. Me included, with 0 income, I'm reaching into my savings to pay for company overhead. I haven't laid anybody off. There's 0 people in the restaurants in West Hollywood, and people are gonna start leaving. I'm definitely considering leaving if I don't start getting the support from mayor and the council members here where my business is and where I live. So there is a second motion. I believe Lindsay Harvath is working on it, who used to be the mayor. I'm asking you guys to please get behind it, get in touch with them so that you guys can help us out and get back to work.
Thank you, Kim. Our next speaker is Robert Oliver, to be followed by MN. I can't read what the speaker slip said on item 2U.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Robert Oliver. I'm District Director for Assembly Member Rick Chavez-Zabur, who represents all of the City of West Hollywood. It's been a great first year in the legislature. Governor Newsom, I'm thrilled to announce Governor Newsom has signed 4 of Assembly Member Zabur's bills. AB 3 will streamline offshore wind energy production. AB 1484 allows for bargaining rights for temporary local government employees. AB 5 provides training to educators to provide a safe and supportive educational environment for LGBTQ and all students. AB 1620, which was sponsored by the City of West Hollywood, allows those who become physically disabled to move to a comparable unit on the 1st floor if their building lacks an elevator that allows people living with disabilities and older folks to live with dignity in their homes. Next year, we'll pick up AB 1431. It's become a 2-year bill. It would provide, if passed, subsidies up to $2,000 a month for our most vulnerable populations. Those are rental subsidies. And I'd also like to say that it has been a difficult week. I want to thank Councilmember Meister for introducing the resolution to condemn the acts of terror against Israel, which Assemblymember Zabur wholeheartedly supports. Assemblymember Zabur is a proud member of the California Legislative Jewish Caucus, and he has been clear in his support of the Jewish state as well as the Jewish and Israeli American communities here in his district. I hope you will join Assemblymember Zabur both as a body but also individually in your comments in strongly, directly, and unequivocally condemning the heinous and barbaric acts of terrorism against Israeli men, women, children, and babies. There is never any justification for the kind of evil that we saw on October 7th. And it really shouldn't be this hard to get people to condemn these horrific attacks, but the fact that it is highlights the urgency of the work Assemblymember Zebur and his colleagues are doing to fight
Robert.
anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you. So I couldn't read the speaker slip, but the first name begins with an M, the second name begins with an N, and it's for item 2U. And it was handed in about 5 minutes ago.
Sorry, I just got here. I didn't expect to come up so quickly. My name is Matthew Nuriel. I'm the Community Engagement Director for the nonprofit organization Jimena, Jews Indigenous to the Middle East and North Africa. I'm also a West Hollywood resident. Last Saturday, the world witnessed the depravity and horror which Hamas, a designated terror organization, which has vowed to ethnically cleanse Jews from our indigenous homeland, was capable of. Now more than ever, it is crucial for us to adopt resolutions of solidarity with the State of Israel. Over 50% of Israel's Jewish population are Jews who are ethnically cleansed from various countries in the Middle East and North Africa, or were compelled to leave because their lives were made so difficult. 2 of the young people who were abducted and murdered at the massacre which took place last Saturday at a rave were the descendants of such refugees who also held US citizenship and were Los Angeles residents before moving back to Israel. Roya Manzouri and her sister Nourel Manzouri, who are both Iranian Jews like myself. The Israel-Palestine conflict is a very complex issue, but one thing which is not complex is the fact that Hamas and what they did is pure evil. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dana Reardon, to be followed by Dylan Hosier.
Hello, my name is Dana Reardon, and I work in West Hollywood. I'm here tonight to thank you for funding and supporting the West Hollywood Community Cats program. A little over a year ago, I found a small cat was living in the wall of the 3rd level of the large parking garage where I work. I've been feeding her ever since. This past spring, I noticed Kitty was getting large around the middle and realized she was likely pregnant. I reached out to some rescue people that I know, but I got crickets. I know that the cat had the litter. I saw some kittens in the wall once, but I couldn't reach them, and I don't know what became of them. I noticed the small cat was getting big again a couple of months ago. I reached out again for assistance from the rescues, and I also tried contacting some city programs, but again, didn't get any traction. Out of desperation, I posted on a West Hollywood Pets Facebook page I found. People there tagged Renee Sotil, who immediately reached out. I connected with her and MJ Godges that evening, and they helped me to formulate a plan. They helped me get a trap. They helped me trap the small cat a couple of days later. They helped me get the cat to the Amanda Foundation, and they took care of all of the spay termination details directly with the foundation. This litter would have been 7 kittens. Although I love cats and I have 3 myself, I know that adding these 7 to the feral ranks of West Hollywood would have led to possibly hundreds more community cats. They avoided a very tough life, as did Mama Cat, who will have no more litters. So thank you for funding the West Hollywood Community Cats program, and thank you also to Renee and MJ for helping me when no one else would. By the way, Mama Cat is with me now, and she's slowly learning to be an indoor domesticated cat. It will take time, and I have renamed her Holly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I just want to let you know we're at 20 minutes, and we have 2 individuals in chambers and 2 in Zoom.
Do my colleagues agree that we should continue hearing the rest? Okay, yes,
Okay.
we'll continue, thank you.
Our next speaker then is Dylan Hosier, to be followed by Matt Jackson.
First and foremost, I wish to thank Councilmember Meister for taking the lead in introducing a resolution ensuring that West Hollywood stands with Israel against terror. And I wish to thank Mayor Schein for your vocal support, and Councilmember Heilman for speaking with and consoling members of our community over the past week. Unfortunately, we're seeing some ignorant statements from those who are defending terrorist attacks. So tonight, I'd like to clear up some misinformation that has spread thanks to the likes of anti-Semitic activism promoted by the likes of Chelsea Byers and facilitated by John Erickson. Thanks to you two, I'd like to focus on one key fact. Israel did not steal land from Palestinians. Jews were the indigenous peoples of the region thousands of years ago. In fact, at the same time that the Tongva people were the first peoples of this land, where West Hollywood sits now. Chelsea, you were one of the founders of Students for Justice in Palestine and spent over a decade lying about Israel and the Jewish people. And today, even after last weekend's terror attack, that same organization is saying that the murders were justified. I used to think that the people of West Hollywood deserved to know where you stand, but after last week, it's clear that we all know. And John Erickson, your behavior has been unacceptable. You harassed and threatened Jewish candidates during the last election, and you've done the same to Jewish and Israeli business owners. And we have confirmed that you were overheard in public saying that you were not going to let 6 whiny Jews affect the election for Chelsea Byers. You have spoken out about the racist LA City Council members, but you're just the same, if not worse. Make no mistake, Israel has not yet begun to fight, and neither have we. So over the past week, I have conferred with my national leadership, and as an organization, we have come to the following decision. Any elected or appointed official who directly or indirectly supports Hamas in Gaza, boycotts against Israel or any person, body, or government that attempts to undermine the peace and security of the State of Israel, we will oppose them in an unprecedented scope and scale and work to ensure that they never hold public office again. In short, we will do to your political careers what Israel is about to do to Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Jackson, and then we will move to Zoom.
Good evening. Mayor Shine, first of all, thank you for sharing your notes for the Israeli war by starting tonight's council meeting. I do apologize for my attire today. I usually am dressed like Mr. Erickson as I'm a talent agent, but I'm now teaching acting classes to kids during this strike moment. This is my junior agent, Jared Poulin, who's come with me. I have been a resident of West Hollywood for over 20 years. I'm an entertainment industry executive. I've started my career at Disney and then moved on to being a talent agent. What I love about being a talent agent is that I am a teacher and a mentor and a leader and a confidant and a trusted advisor to many actors and their families. Lots of kids who move across the country and we become leaders. I simply wanted to come here to basically say these strikes have been a challenging time for us, and it has affected our economy and also our personal wealth, but I simply felt like I couldn't stay at home and just not do anything. So I simply wanted to come here and say that the city of West Hollywood is struggling, we're struggling, and we think it's really important to support however we can tomorrow's artists and leaders. And that's it. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker in chambers is Alan Strasberg, and then we'll move to Zoom.
Alan Strasberg. I've lived in West Hollywood since 1992. I want to point out that I walked here tonight, as I do many days. I logged on my health app 89,000 steps in the last 7 days. I've also logged on average between 30 and 50 miles per week on my bike. Before I get to mobility, I do want to again thank Lauren Meister for introducing the measure on the Israeli attacks, and thank Dylan for his very strong condemnation of the actions of 2 of you on the dais. I'm also a founding member, as of today, of the West Hollywood Pedestrian Coalition. You're going to hear a lot from us. Many people tonight will speak on the scourge that is rental scooter scofflaws. We all know they exist. I emailed all of you in public comment earlier today with a photograph of a poorly parked scooter outside of Gelson's. That was 9.5 hours ago. On my walk here tonight, that same scooter was there. The problem is not scooters. Scooters are fine if they're used properly. The problem are scooter scofflaws, along with the troubled corporate policies of the companies that own them, and a completely laughably impotent municipal oversight and enforcement, starting with the stage right, whose job is to do this on a daily basis. I also want to add to the sham that is the survey. We had 2 parts to the survey. One was an online popularity contest, which is what I warned against months ago when we talked about doing this, and the other one was a reasonably academic sounding survey. Unfortunately, the designers of the motion, the action, melded the two, conflated the two, blended the two to get what I call crap science, and it really is crap science.
Thank you. We'll now go to Zoom.
Our first speaker on Zoom is Silky Schaefer, to be followed by Adam Darvish. Silky, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Silky Schaefer. I'm a resident here in West Hollywood. I live in Detroit Street, and I want to voice my concern about the problem regarding safety here. There's a Ralph's store on La Brea, and it has an exit through a staircase that goes from the roof where the parking lot is onto Detroit Street. Sorry, I'm a bit sick, so that's why I keep coughing. But anyway, that staircase is unlocked. And it appears that a lot of homeless people, especially the ones who have drug problems and others, seem to camp out in the staircase overnight. And it creates a massive safety issue for us because our building, which is 1216 North Detroit Street, is right below it. And often they fight in there, they come out in the middle of the night, and then they damage property here or hang out and try to access the building. There have been several incidences where people stole keys from lock boxes and got into the door, demolished the door, or broke into people's cars. And another neighbor was robbed at gunpoint here in the neighborhood as well. And I just feel like there needs to be something done. I spoke to them at Ralph's, the manager, and they told me that they can't lock the staircase because it's supposed to be a fire escape, which surprises me because I was told that in the past when this was built, it was more or less built so people can just walk over to the store instead of walking around the whole block to get into Ralph's. So I don't know what the case is, but I would really appreciate it if something was done because I frankly don't feel safe here. Thank you.
Thank you, Silky. Our next speaker and final speaker on Zoom for this comment period is Adam Darvish. Adam, please go ahead and press *6 to unmute.
Okay, thank you so much. Last but not least, this is Adam Darvish, a 30-year resident of West Hollywood. Good evening, Mayor Shine and Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, council, and staff. Just wanted to share my sadness watching the news last 10 days and what's going on in Israel and the innocent people that were murdered, and then watching the little boy in Chicago that Mayor Shine mentioned that was stabbed to death, a Palestinian boy, by the landlord. Brought back a lot of memories of my own back 43 years ago almost, when Iranian students took Americans hostage in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. I was just arrived in New York to escape the situation, and at my first Christmas Eve event in Syracuse, a cousin of my friend went to get his gun to kill me just as soon as he found out what country I came from. On campus, I would hear students marching, "Kill Iranians, nuke Iran, send them back," and I would go to my dorm room and close the door, be so depressed and just disappointed and lost because I came here for the freedom and to be protected. I would listen to John Lennon's song, and the song Imagine, I would say, imagine there's no countries. It is not hard to do, nothing to kill or die for, and no religion to imagine all the people living life in peace. It's sad to see 43 years and 44 years later, they have this going on Earth. So I wish for no hate in our city and in our country and around the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Mayor, that was our last speaker.
Mayor, we do have one citizen position slip from Justin Feeder on behalf of the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance in support of item 2R.
Thank you. City Manager Wilson, can you give your report? And if you can as well, I don't know if Kim Strauss is still here or the other speakers, perhaps sharing our rental assistance with the public, our rental assistance program, making sure that, or getting it to them, the information to them in case they don't have it. That would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I do have a few things to report. Similar to Robert Oliver, some Assembly members of Burr's office, the City Council applauds Governor Gavin Newsom for signing AB 1620 into law. AB 1620 authorizes cities to make relocation available for people living with permanent mobility-related disabilities in rent-controlled properties with 5 or more rental units. And so the city has been working on that item, and I want to thank Jonathan Hollub and Hernan Molina for their work on that item as well. The Halloween Carnival is back in the city on Tuesday, October 31st. Event information is posted at www.weho.org/Halloween. We hope to see everyone there. And then the city is hosting another round of free CPR, first aid, and AED certification training on Saturday, November 4th at the Aquatics and Recreation Center. For more information, please email safety@weho.org. There was a comment related to some safety issues on Detroit tonight. We also received a written public comment from a resident regarding some safety issues surrounding Melrose and La Cienega related to crime and noise pollution and speeding vehicles. We are working with the Sheriff's Department on those. We'll work with both of those. But if you do have concerns about safety issues in your neighborhood, please send them to us at safety@weho.org, and we will work with the Sheriff's Department to address those issues. We will provide the rental assistance information, but we do have another presentation that we'll do quickly first, or not that quickly. So meeting attendance reports are usually reserved for the City Council, but I would like to report on a conference that I recently attended, the International City and County Management Association Conference. It was 2 weeks ago in Austin, Texas, and that's why I couldn't be here for the council meeting that night. ICMA is the leading professional organization for local government. I became a member of the organization in 2007. Conferences at that time were typically attended by about 2,000 people, and it's usually from the US and from Canada. There are now 37 international countries that are with member jurisdiction, and the conference 2 weeks ago had over 5,500 attendees. And so it's a conference that we wouldn't have been able to attend a year ago because the city had restrictions or bans against travel to states with LGBTQ plus legislation, anti-LGBTQ plus legislation on their books. That was rescinded by the council in May of this year, which allowed us to go to this conference with the idea that we'd be better off providing greater education in those states than just not participating. So with that in mind, the city worked with ICMA TV to create a video about West Hollywood's history of diversity and inclusion and how it's made us a successful city. So I want to share this 6-minute video with the community. This, along with a 1 minute, a much shorter 1-minute version, will be available on the city's social media and city's website. I do want to thank Joshua Scher and Aaron Taylor from our communications department for working with ICMA to produce the video, as well as Jackie Rocco, our deputy city manager, Corey Plank, our human services manager, Angela De Silva from the Women's Advisory Board, Eden Luna from the Social Justice Advisory Board, and formerly from the TAB, Pickle, our drag laureate, and Tom Kelly for Visit West Hollywood, all of who participated in the video and represented the city well. So we will briefly run that video.
The City of West Hollywood was established in 1984 as the first city in the nation to have a majority city council that were openly gay. The focal point of the city quickly became LGBTQ rights, and the city quickly became a sanctuary city, recognizing the rights of people who were being oppressed.
What's so great about the City of West Hollywood is we have so many boards and commissions to represent all the different types of people we have here.
Through different advisory boards, be it the Social Justice Advisory Board or the Transgender Advisory Board, I've been able to integrate inclusion into the policies and the recommendations we've made to the City Council. All in all, I'm committed to making a space for the transgender and non-binary community to feel like they belong in the city.
Our local ordinances prohibit discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations based on sexual orientation or gender identity.
The city has had a long history of inclusion and respect for diversity, and all of those values are reflected in our nightlife, entertainment, and the venues that we support in our city. Long before we were a city and it was unincorporated LA County, the Sunset Strip was legendary for all the nightclubs and entertainment venues, and that tradition continued once we became a city and expanded to Santa Monica Boulevard as well.
West Hollywood has some of the most iconic institutions in nightlife, and we've got the Roxy, we've got the Viper Room, the Whiskey A Go Go, the Abbey, so the list is really extensive and a lot of really great history in our city.
The diversity of thought and expression inspires many businesses in West Hollywood to incorporate artistic elements.
West Hollywood is a place where trailblazing artists are not only celebrated, they're supported. There's so many great programs like the Drag Laureate program where the city publicly shows support of different kinds of art and different kinds of community members. With so many efforts across the nation to censor drag performances, the City of West Hollywood having a program like the Drag Laureate program is a public demonstration of support that not only celebrates the art of drag, but expands it and puts it in the hands of the community members as a whole.
West Hollywood's rich history and culture has made it a mecca for LGBTQ+ travelers seeking a welcoming environment.
West Hollywood has become famous worldwide as a queer destination really because of the history that we've had. We made headlines way back in the 1980s and has continued to see that really kind of pay dividends for us. When you look at visitors wanting to come to Los Angeles, come to California, they really gravitate towards West Hollywood because they know that we're a very welcoming place no matter where they're from in the world. Resources for visitors are really available on our website at visitwesthollywood.com. We offer an enormous amount of information there. We have tabs set up specifically for LGBTQ visitors. We've got sample itineraries. We've got great ideas and suggestions for shopping, for dining, nightlife, hotels to choose from.
While being a destination for tourists is important to us, so is taking great care of our residents, especially when they're vulnerable.
Since the city's founding nearly 40 years ago, the provision of social services has been where the city's core value of respect and support for people is made real. West Hollywood was disproportionately impacted by HIV/AIDS at our founding, and in 1984, there wasn't even an HIV test. So the provision of services and the kind of innovative practices for serving our community started at the very founding of the city and continues to this day. The City of West Hollywood allocates $7 million from its general fund to the provision of social services. The Human Services Division oversees contracts with more than 30 agencies which provide services from affordable preschool to HIV testing to home-delivered meals, all designed to serve our community members at the highest levels.
I think West Hollywood is unique because everyone can feel accepted here. I think there's a place for everybody here.
I think that's the true joy of the city, is that we've always been a city that attracts people of all different walks of life to take part in our culture.
West Hollywood is unique because it has a strong understanding that art is not only a form of creative expression, but a tool for public engagement, promotion of public programming, and something that can have a tangible effect on the day-to-day life of its citizens.
When the idea for West Hollywood Incorporating was proposed in 1984 by an unlikely coalition of LGBTQ plus activists, seniors, and renters, no one thought it would survive. It is now a world-class city with a $150 million budget and 36,000 residents.
You can feel the difference when you're surrounded by love versus when you're surrounded by not love. And I think that everyone should want that for their cities, for their homes, for where they go on vacation. And I really think that that's what's so special about West Hollywood is it's just built from love.
I guess I should have thanked the council too for your cameo appearance on the float there. Someone did speak with Kim Strauss regarding the rental assistance program, but for anyone who does need rental assistance and wants more information, please call our Human Services Division at 323-848-6510. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Moving to the fiscal impact on the consent calendar, City Clerk, may we have the impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items 5F as in Frank and 6A and the removal of item 2M as in Mary is $16,900,020 in expenditures, $318,041 in revenue, and $6,724 in waived fees. We have a motion and a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar.
Wonderful.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. We don't have any public hearings this evening, and we don't have any legislative items, so we will move to unfinished business, starting with 5A, a presentation of the results of an affordable housing resident satisfaction survey. Will the staff representative, when you get settled, they already settled, please introduce yourselves and present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Jonathan Hollub. I'm the Rent Stabilization Manager for the city. I'm joined this evening by our Director, Christoph Schroeder, and Rent Stabilization Information Coordinator, Adriana Borge. Also online, we have Lori Dixon, who is with Great Lakes Marketing Research. They conducted the survey for us, and we can have Lori present the survey or go right into questions, whatever the council prefers.
Do we need a survey? Would you like a public, I know, Councilmember Meister, you have a lot of questions and comments tonight on this. Oh, okay. I think, I don't know if we need the survey this evening, so we can just go to any comments from my colleagues.
Maybe
But
just
before
some
that,
highlights.
questions actually of staff before we move to public comment.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe the highlights you can.
Sure. Well, I can turn it over to Lori for that. I think that would it would be appropriate for Lori to give what she believes the highlights are in the survey. Lori, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. If you want to put it in the slideshow mode, I can quickly go through a couple of the highlights.
Give us 1 second, Lori.
Okay, that's fine.
We're switching modes.
Okay. Okay, that's excellent. So I can share with you the research overview and how it was conducted. I think it's important to share that prior to creating the questionnaire, I spoke to several individuals who were familiar with the housing programs and also managers of the building communities, the apartment communities, to understand from them the issues that would be most relevant in creating a survey. I also had the opportunity to share the survey with members of council who shared their feedback. So we were very comfortable that the survey content that was used to develop the questionnaire was comprehensive. We allowed the tenants in the affordable housing apartment communities to respond either by online or by mail, and they were given a postcard prior to receiving the questionnaire by mail in case they wanted to share their information in a different manner or have it translated into their preferred language. If you hit the click, one of the key things from this survey is that we had a 30% response rate, which for community surveys is a very respectable response rate. If you want to click, it shows the response rate and the fact that the majority of them were by mail, but also there were 15% who responded online. Are you able to, there you go. Okay, just click it one more time and it shows the 30% that responded. If you click to go to the next page, all of the information that's shared is from 114 individuals who responded in one of the fashions of phone or online or mail. Of the 16 apartment communities, 15 of them are represented. There was one apartment community that did not participate. If you want to click twice, one of the particular questions that was asked was the response rate by the apartment community. And if you want to advance, I can share with you the next slide. It shows the response rate by the different community, and some of them were as high as 50%. You can see the top one. The majority of them were in that mid-range, which is why we had an average 30% response rate, and only one of the apartment communities did not respond, and that was 958 Hancock. One of the questions that was asked prior to this evening was how were people encouraged to participate and why did some not participate? I can say that to encourage participation, there was the pre-survey postcard that was sent. There was also a poster put at every mailbox, physically at every building, and there were posters or flyers put inside the buildings reminding the tenants to complete the questionnaires. And then, as I stated, they were given the opportunity to fill the survey out and mail it back or go online. To encourage participation from some of the buildings, we sent a second questionnaire, or we sent the questionnaires to the building managers and asked for them to be handed out. So there were several attempts to increase the participation rate. If you want to move forward, it just shows at the bottom that there was only one that did not participate. So the key findings on the next page, the response rate of 30%, as I said, is a very respectable response rate for this kind of survey. The data analysis didn't reveal any systematic bias or question confusion. It appeared that the questionnaire was very easy to fill out and the questions were comprehended by those who took the survey. We had about a quarter or fewer tenants who shared a common concern about an aspect of their apartment community, the key one being safety and security of their building or safety and security of the neighborhood. All of the information is presented by apartment community so that if directed conversations need to take place with the building managers, the specific issues that were raised about those buildings are a part of this report. The survey responses do indicate that a few apartment communities require some additional review based on those responses, and they are shared throughout this report as well as the full set of comments. The cost of living in West Hollywood was a challenge for over half of the survey participants. However, only 20% said that they would prefer to move. And it's always important to share a positive comment. One tenant said, "I'm very grateful to the city for giving me the opportunity to live and raise my family here. This is an amazing program that helps many, including families like mine." If you want to go click a couple of times, I can just share with you one slide, and then I can ask if you have any additional questions. This particular format is used throughout the entire presentation. The questions were asked on a 5-point scale of how much you agree or disagree with the statement, and it was separated by the building, by the actual apartment, and by the community. If you click, all of the comments are on the left. So we asked about these different factors, and as I said, the factors that we asked about were generated from doing surveys with key opinion leaders and also having council have a chance to look at the questions. Then the agree scale shows how many agree a lot, which is the highest level of agreement, that their particular building meets these requirements. And then if you click through, you can see that we show if they agree a lot, they agree a little, if it's neutral, if they disagree a little, if they disagree a lot, or they were not able to respond. And then to the right, if you click again, on all of the slides and the different segments, we show which of the buildings might have some areas of concern, and this is presented in a manner so that you can reach out to specific building managers or make strategic initiatives based on a specific apartment community. I'll take a breath there to see if you want to go through any more detail or if we want to move to questions.
I think let's move to questions. Thank you. Those are good highlights. Appreciate it. Questions from my colleagues? I don't see anybody hitting anything on using the no questions. Okay. Public comments on this item, please.
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 individuals in chambers who wish to speak on this item. Our first speaker is Dan Harrington Tyrell, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Nothing I'll say tonight will be as good as seeing all of you on a float dancing. So there's nothing more important than those comments. So tonight I'm going to read. So the 2023 Affordable Housing Resident Survey is a data point driven by the city, and I believe it started as a 2003 housing work study and needs assessment, which was followed by a 2004 LA Times article, which was called More Help Urged for HIV Tenants. And this was the germination of surveys. And I think a survey is a failure of problem solving. We've learned in 20 years, or what have we learned in 20 years of problem solving? A speaker in the council said tonight, let's show what government can do, that they can do something good. All I've seen with the surveys is that we have an ongoing irresolvable moral emergency which leads to more funding of problems. And a survey consciously provides a mission using a method to acquire more funding, which just propels people to seek more emergencies. A wiser cause of action is common sense. Rational people willing to come to a common place and agree because logic and data drives us into the same place. This is not complicated. 20 years of funding, 2003, 2023, we have same problems. There's no mechanism of external oversight. There's no city advocate for affordable housing, no mediation, no ombudsman. When a problem arises, you're shifted around without a forum or open discussion or communication or resolution. Collaboration within the independent living model should be welcome and not frowned upon. and we should have input. The solution to all the problems are found in this Housing Works report. There were 20 recommendations and an action plan presented to City Council in 2004. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and final speaker is Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I'm not a paid consultant. I am a resident of the City of West Hollywood. I appreciate a survey, but over the years that I have paid attention to our affordable housing and experienced many residents who are fearful. They're fearful to come forward and express their major concerns. They're fearful of in-person discussion about that. They're fearful of something coming in the mail. Why are they afraid? They're afraid their housing will be taken away. They're afraid they'll be retaliated against, regardless of how a survey is conducted, whether it's total anonymity or not. So I respect the fact that there is a survey done, but I think what's missing is hands-on. I think what's missing is to actually somehow be able to speak with tenants on a one-on-one basis and understand it's not necessarily the housing corporation. In many cases, it's management. I have seen it for myself. I have seen lack of safety for myself, specifically at Sierra Bonita. I have seen in action a manager who has turned a deaf ear, a blind eye. And I think that is where we really need to concentrate, is getting the residents of these communities to understand that they need to come forward, they should come forward. If they're afraid to come forward, that's a very big problem. Thank you.
That was our final speaker, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there comments from my colleagues from this item? Councilmember Meister.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff and to Lori Dixon. I think in hindsight, we probably should have had an overall satisfaction question as a baseline that we could, if we move forward with additional studies in the future, we should probably include, just an overall satisfaction. How satisfied are you with your with your housing? I think looking at it in total is great, and that's really the only way that we can look at a lot of these numbers, because by building, there are just very few respondents in each building. So I tried to look at it a little bit differently. I looked at the means for each question, because there's no normative data to go by to say, oh, that this is a good number and this is a not great number. But what I did was I went through and I looked at what the average mean was for the total, and then I looked at those buildings which fell below the mean. And I'm not going to bore everyone with my tally sheet, but I am going to give a copy to Jonathan, give a copy to Danny and Code Compliance, so that they have it. I think it's important to look at the responses in a qualitative way. And that was one way that I could kind of make sense of it. The other thing is that the open-end responses, very few of them were in the actual report, but we did receive the data, which I really appreciate, because I like just going through it. So I think it will be important for staff to go through the open-end data by building to get a feel for what some of the issues are. I mean, we can say that everything is, great, whatever, but really we still have to focus on the things that we can improve upon, because we all can improve, and as these buildings can improve as well. And the other thing that I had done was when I looked at the average means, I just sort of made a list of those average means that were below 4.0, because you would think 4.0 is kind of the somewhat or better. So really we should be, it's not a very high bar. And what I found was that in the building category, which was the question 1 series, public safety issues and maintenance issues were the biggest, had the lowest mean scores. In the apartment category, which was the question 2 series, was the quality of appliances and the replacement of older items. In the building management category, which was the question 3 series, it was rules not being enforced fairly and securing mailboxes. And then in the question 5 series, which was the neighborhood, it was feeling safe in the neighborhood. And again, the postal services, the mailboxes, that seems to be a big issue. And then the other comments that I thought we should at least think about moving forward is, 1, ensuring that on-site management actually lives on-site and is there the majority of the time, as they should be. And the other thing was the availability of the community rooms for the residents. And then because of the potential code issues, and as someone mentioned, the fear of retaliation if someone criticizes management, I want to make sure, and this is one of the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem pulled item 2M, is that I want to make sure that our proactive residential code compliance covers all of these affordable building projects, because I know that they're not under the RSO, and my concern is that they will slip through the cracks. So that's something that we'll cover when we get to item 2M, but it seemed to make sense to bring it up here. And then the idea of some kind of neutral third-party ombudsman to support tenants and make them feel that they have someone to go to is something we should consider as well. So those, I think those were all of my, I had a couple of others. Okay, just very quickly. On question 7, on what support services do you need that you're not getting now, a lot of those services the city provides. Legal services, affording food, help with understanding healthcare benefits. So I would suggest that we reach out to the buildings and make sure that they have our social services booklet to inform them as to what services the city is providing. And then if there's something lacking, then we can address it at that time. And then I think that was it. I think it's very important to go through the open-end comments that we were provided separately, as they are actually very informative. Thank you.
Councilmember Byers, do you have any comments?
That's okay. Go ahead.
I'm just going to go this way because sometimes we're pushing, sometimes we're not pushing the button. So please go ahead.
Yes, I just to follow up, there were just the specific concerns about public safety and social service requests that were made, and I wanted to ask, because I didn't know if it was a part of this original item or not, if that follow-up was planned.
Staff plans to follow up with all the community partners who own these properties. It's primarily WHCHC, of course, so we'll be talking to them, the other owners as well, bringing them the results of the survey, the comments from council, and obviously we noted that safety is one of the primary issues, so we'll be talking to them about that and seeing what we can do to assist in that area.
Okay, and will that follow-up come back to us with an update also about how it went and what else was learned?
If you'd like to, we can do that.
I think it could be helpful just to sort of be in ongoing conversation about this, and I don't know if it's appropriate what timeline you look to accomplish all that, but I just wanted to make sure that as we're having this conversation, we knew that we would be closing the conversation at some point and know that the community members are going to be followed up with and we'd hear from that. So thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this report. I know that there was a comment about people feeling intimidated about responding and providing information, and undoubtedly there are some. But I think a 30% response rate is a very significant response rate, and the information that has been supplied is pretty valuable, and I think it's certainly statistically valid. Sort of picking up off of what my colleague, Councilmember Meister said, one of the difficulties with this is that we don't have anything to compare it to. And I suspect that if we did a survey of market rate housing, we would probably find the same kind of responses. People concerned about security, people concerned about management, not responsive. So the information that we're supplied with makes it seem like there's something unique about these structures that is causing some residents to have concerns. But being on the board of my condo, I can say that residents in my condo have some of these same issues and would say the same thing if we surveyed them. I think the biggest takeaway for me is the safety concerns. I'm actually working on an agenda item to give direction to address some of them and some of the specific concerns that I'm aware of. The other issue that pops out at me is management. And, you know, I know the Housing Corporation hires outside management companies, and some of them have done an exceptional job, and occasionally some of them hire people who are not that responsive. So, and that's true with market rate housing managers as well. But that's something that maybe we can be helping them with. One of the other things that I noted from the survey is that residents expressed concerns about safety in their building, but they actually had greater concerns about safety in the neighborhood and in the public. And that's not on the Housing Corporation, that's on us. And so that's something that, again, I think it just reemphasizes the fact that there are a fair number of people in the community, particularly some who are the most vulnerable, who have concerns about safety in their neighborhood and on the street. And I think that just reemphasizes the importance of us addressing those issues. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this report. I shared many of the same concerns that Councilmember Meister shared. We've talked about this, but I do believe that while I feel the survey is statistically valid based on what I was reading and what's been reported, I do feel that any avenue we can go to create neutral third party, the city not being involved, management not being involved, for complaints to be lodged against what's going on, for them to be fixed, is the way that we can continue to empower residents who may feel or need to have that ability. And I feel that it also keeps management companies in check with ensuring that compliance is done, because they want to make sure that that complaint line remains empty. I have toured several WeHo Housing Corp and other facilities, and while I find most of them to be very well maintained, communication, everything that's been going on, there are some, and I will say out loud that, you know, when I saw Sierra Bonita, there were some concerns shared previously. Social services using the community room, access to the community room, free meals or meal service additions for residents that weren't being done, I think, in the way when the buildings were initially approved. So any way that we can improve those items to ensure that residents are most vulnerable are getting access to the services that they are promised, guaranteed, and that the city believes in and are part of our core values is, I think, something that we should do and make sure are being done. They work very diligently to ensure that we are up to date. But I also, in reviewing a previous CRISP report, right, Councilmember Meister, is that what it's called? The CRISP report that we've been talking about? CASP. Oh my God, I don't know why I'm saying crisp. Maybe apple crisps. It's fall. Who knows? But nevertheless, the CASP report for one of the buildings, and we can talk more offline about this. I want to make sure that everything that was highlighted in the CASP report for being out of compliance, which I believe, per what I've been seeing, are brought into compliance. But it might always be a good way for us to, every X amount of years, ensure our buildings continue to be in compliance with any accessibility issues that may or may not come up, be brought up for residents, and how we can always make sure that those individuals are getting everything and anything that they need. So those are my only comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I too strongly feel that we can always do better. So I would love a report back to City Council. I like the idea of a third party actually being involved in this. I think that would take some of a neutral party being involved would be a great thing. But there are things that I found to be, as much as we're saying, okay, well, this is great, there's still really serious things in there that would be better improved. So a report back to us, and also I'd like to know what, if anything, we as a city can and can't do to help the residents in these affordable housing units. I think that I will say that, of course, some of the issues with public safety, some of the complaints may be similar to market rate housing, except that the difference between living in an affordable housing unit and living in a market rate unit is people in affordable housing units do have a stronger fear of losing those units. And as Kathy Blavis pointed out, I agree that they may have more of a fear to know that they deserve better. So I think that's where it's incumbent on us, since we are a city that promotes affordable housing, to also make sure that the services are tip-top and provided well. And I think that, and this is not anything against the service providers, but it is absolutely important for us to have follow-through and ensure that those issues that had the higher percentages go low. And maybe we work with the different housing providers throughout the year and then do another survey to see that there's improvement. I think that's important. Thank you. So we are going to move to the next item, which is the Metro update. And we do not need a staff report. I said I would remember that on this, but we do have a matter to decide. So without the staff report, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, there isn't. So this evening, it's just the council choosing an alternate council member for the Metro subcommittee.
Okay. Oh, questions from staff? Absolutely. Councilmember Meister, go ahead.
Hello, staff. So I just wanted, as long as you're here, if you could, do you have an idea if the project is accelerated, what the estimated groundbreaking date would be?
Good evening, council members. David Fenn, Senior Planner in the Long Range Planning Division here. The earliest it could likely break ground at this point would be 2029 or 2030. 2028 is no longer possible, just given the typical timelines for Metro, from environmental to design to construction. A lot of things would have to fall into place to make even that date. Funding and the consensus building with our partner agencies on a plan of finance being the critical path.
So since the acceleration is not as accelerated as we were hoping, does that mean that the acceleration, the costs associated with acceleration are proportionately less?
Trying to work through your question here. Yes. The costs for all these kind of projects have increased just because of inflation and those impacts of additional costs of materials and labor that we've seen across the economy. So the costs at time of construction would likely be higher, meaning the city's contribution would likely be higher than earlier anticipated. We are currently waiting on Metro's updated cost estimates, which will be something that will be released in the next couple months before the Metro Board makes their next decisions and before the EIR is released.
And obviously, our costs will be different depending on which route they go with. I mean, I imagine like if they go with the hybrid route, it's going to be more than if they went with the La Brea route, or Fairfax, which is much, less, not in West Hollywood as long.
That's correct. So the city's contribution to this project, whether it's accelerated or not, is based on the proportion of the project cost that would be within the city of West Hollywood. If it were not accelerated at all, the minimum that a city is expected to contribute is 3% of the project cost within their jurisdiction. So for an alignment that has more of the stations and route within West Hollywood, our share increases. Metro's project acceleration criteria that has been the basis of our action to move the project forward sets a standard of 33%, so it's a much higher proportion. But I would also point out that, acceleration or not, there is a significant project funding gap, and there is considerable doubt as to whether, even unaccelerated, if Metro could complete this project without major contributions from the jurisdictions involved. And the Metro Board is not expecting the local cities to solve all of the funding problems. Some of that is on them, and certainly local funding would be paired with eligibility for state and federal assistance as well.
And one last question. Do we have any idea about what percentage of our residents or non-resident workers use the City Line X? Has it increased over these last few years? Is it a robust number? Is it?
I'm not familiar with those statistics, but we can get with social services or economic development staff now, and we'll get back to you after the meeting if you'd like.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
What was the percentage of support for Measure M when it was passed? 80% plus?
Over 80%. West Hollywood was like second highest city in the county in terms of support. I believe it was 84 or 86%, but I don't want to misspeak.
Great.
High 80s.
And then additionally, in terms of when we were working on the rail alignment for the hybrid model, that was the highest number getter when we did public outreach, correct?
Consistently throughout every round of Metro public outreach, the public support has been overwhelmingly greatest for the westernmost alignments that would serve more of West Hollywood. Previously San Vicente and more recently the hybrid, but consistent throughout.
And without any of this or whatever we are doing to excel the project, we would have been looking at what, like 2257 for the actual opening date? I kid, but
2047.
2047. I mean, some of you know, but you get what I mean. But 2047 it was. So we've moved up roughly 20 plus years in that projected thing. Best guesses, obviously.
Not quite 20 years, but from 2047 to approximately 2030.
Yeah. And then additionally, federal funding has been a priority for the Biden administration. Have we started engaging, or are we engaging our federal lobbyists that we have hired on those types of new funding mechanisms, or are we working alongside Metro to do that?
So the nature of federal funding is such that a project like this isn't eligible for construction funding until it's considered shovel ready, which is at the conclusion of the environmental process that is now underway. Right now, we're in a state environmental process. One of the next steps will be convincing Metro to initiate the federal kind of follow-on environmental review process under NEPA instead of CEQA, which would make us eligible for those federal construction funds. There is a major moment of opportunity in 2026 with the 10-year anniversary of Measure M, where kind of the order of projects can be reevaluated, which could be a major moment for consideration of NEPA that we would work with Metro to support. That said, we have been engaging our federal legislators, throughout this process. Congressman Schiff, for example, has been working with us at various stages.
Thank you.
Councilmember Myers.
I noticed the attendance and was glad to see so many people participate throughout the last month of community meetings. If folks weren't able to participate and want to voice concerns or support for the project, what would be the best way for community to do so?
Community members are definitely encouraged to submit written public comments to Metro by email. All of the instructions on how to do that, as well as the presentation that was presented at Metro's community meetings in October, is available at www.weho.org/metro. The recording of the presentations are there, instructions on how to submit public comments to Metro's email address, which is crenshawnorth@metro.net.
Thank you. And I noticed in the staff report there was also an opportunity we're organizing for in this legislative session. We'll be sponsoring AB 761 with Assemblymember Laura Friedman, a piece of legislation that'll help us organize the state loan process to the federal loan process in that timely period we have. If community organizations or folks maybe listening to this meeting wanted to support, how would they be able to do that?
We'll be uploading sample support letters to that same website. They're not there yet, but we have been working with various stakeholder groups such as the Chamber and the Bicycle Coalition have already pledged their support, or the Chamber's Government Affairs Commission. It's going to their full board, I believe, tomorrow. But we'll be posting the sample public support letters, instructions on how to submit them, as well as the bill fact sheet once it's ready for support people who are interested in supporting AB 761 with Laura Friedman's office.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have
I believe there's one action item in the agenda.
Yes, there
is. Would you like me to, or do you have comments that you wanted to make?
I don't have any comments, so do you have a proposed alternate?
Yeah, I was gonna nominate Councilmember Byers.
Okay.
I'll do it.
You'll do it? Great.
Welcome to another
Wonderful.
meeting.
So just so I can formally put it on the record, Councilmember Byers is the alternate to the Metro Subcommittee.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, before we go on to the hot item of the night, we are going to take a 10-minute break. It is, or 13-minute break. So let's come back at 8 p.m. at 7:47. Thank you. going to start item 5C, the Dockless Micromobility E-Bikes and E-Scooters Pilot Program and Draft Program Operating Agreement Update. Oh, staff is already here. Great.
Good evening, Mayor Shine, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, members of the City Council, and members of the public. My name is Paige Portwood, and joining me this evening is Francisco J. Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager, and Nicholas Marisic, Community Development Director. We are also joined by staff from Parking Services, Neighborhood and Business Safety, and our consultant Tool Design Group. The item before you this evening is a Dockless Micromobility Pilot Program update. Staff's recommendation for this item is to receive the update on the pilot program and provide staff with further direction. Today's presentation is a fairly comprehensive assessment and may take 10 to 15 minutes to present all of the elements. The presentation includes a brief overview of the program, a few program statistics, survey results, changes in the operating agreement, and the options for City Council to consider as next steps. The pilot program launched in July 2021 and has been ongoing for over 2 years. It launched with the goals of providing the community with an additional alternative mode of transportation, to implement a micro-mobility program per the city's climate action plan, and to enhance mobility and connectivity for the region. Staff has returned to City Council with updates on the program throughout the 2 years of its implementation, but most recently, staff returned this past June with an update. At that council meeting, the City Council approved a motion to reduce the speed cap citywide to 10 miles per hour and to institute a new fee and violation fine structure in a revised program operating agreement. City Council directed staff to seek review from the Transportation and Mobility Commission and then return to this October meeting for a final review of the agreement. The pilot program is set to expire on October 31st, 2023. Key statistics from the program so far include: the pilot program has generated over 512,000 trips, with 100,000 trips in the last 6 months. The chart to the top right shows the trip counts per month. You will see a peak number of trips occurring during the summer months and a decreased number of trips during the winter months. This trend is standard for most cities across the country. Additionally, the bar chart at the bottom right indicates West Hollywood's program generates trips mostly by local users, which is shown through a third of trips being beginning and ending in the city, and over 50% of trips either starting or ending in the city. In short, a lesser percentage of trips are merely passing through the city without stopping. While the decrease in trips during the winter months are standard, one interesting trend to note is that this past summer of 2023, it was the first time trip counts did not surpass 20,000 rides in any of those summer months. Staff has not seen a decline in trip count since the speed cap decreased to 10 miles per hour, but the program has not been generating as many trips during the peak summer season as it did in 2021 or 2022. This map shows the most popular trip origin and destination locations by city block group. The darker hues indicate the more popular areas for users, which are located on the east side of the city, in block groups that border LA, and block groups ranging east-west from North Robertson to Harper Avenue and north-south from Sunset to Melrose. The data showcases a range of 7,500 trips to almost 50,000 trips in a given block group for the entire duration of the program. The red points indicate specific locations of where riders are beginning their trips. This data indicates major commercial corridors are where most of the trips are beginning. The program has received over 1,700 complaints since July 2021. 64% of the complaints are regarding devices blocking the sidewalk. Staff filtered the locations of sidewalk complaints indicated by the yellow heat map on the screen. You will see a higher concentrated number of complaints from 4 main areas of the city. Staff cross-referenced the complaint locations with trip data. What is interesting about this map is you will see that parking infrastructure has been solely guided by trip counts. West Hollywood has implemented virtual parking stations as well, indicated in the blue points. You will see at the top of the map along Sunset Boulevard, although there are not as many physical parking corrals, there are still fewer complaints even with the virtual parking stations. This map indicates that there may be a correlation between fewer complaints in areas with more designated parking areas. Additionally, there doesn't seem to be a strong correlation between complaints being reported among all neighborhood watch groups or neighborhood association areas. Therefore, this map indicates that parking infrastructure should also be guided by complaints as well. ABM, the city's dockless fleet management contractor, has reported relocating over 7,000 devices since August 2021. This equates to roughly relocating 9 devices per day, and it takes them about 20 minutes on average to respond to complaints between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., all complaints are handled the next morning. ABM's total contract amount is $2 million annually, and for the past 2 years, the dockless program was added as a contract amendment with services specific to the dockless program, which costs around $150,000. ABM's contract is being renewed and was in tonight's consent agenda as item 2J. This contract does not include service for the dockless program. A majority of the requests that do come in from the public are valid, and ABM also conducts field audits for the program. The Los Angeles Sheriff Department provided staff with data on the number of accidents with injury that have occurred from July 2021 through September 2023 for different transportation modes. The data showcases the reported accidents with injury ratio is higher for accidents with injury between a vehicle and a scooter compared to a scooter and a pedestrian. Accidents with injury between a vehicle and pedestrians are significantly higher than scooter versus pedestrian accidents with injury, almost 35 times higher. Also, approximately 104 vehicle versus pedestrian accidents with injury have occurred during the same time period. The total number of vehicle accidents is 1,952 accidents, and of those accidents with injuries is 598. Next, we'll move on to the survey. Tool Design, in partnership with FM3, conducted the Dockless Mobility Program survey. 2 rounds of surveys were completed to gather public opinion on the pilot program. The sample size target to achieve a statistically valid survey was 380 participants for both surveys. The first survey was an online survey conducted by Tool Design. It was open to all West Hollywood community members, and it received 516 responses. The second survey was conducted via telephone from a random sample of West Hollywood residents. The randomized resident survey was conducted by FM3. For residents who may not have had a phone number listed, FM3 contacted individuals by email, and if an email was not provided, they sent out a mailed survey. This survey received 537 responses. For the community online survey, only non-resident responses were taken from the online survey that was open from all. There are 130 total responses from the survey takers who self-identified as non-residents. Among non-residents, there's strong support for our program, with 74% in support, 20% in opposition, and 6% neutral. Among the non-resident survey takers, 71% had used shared micromobility in West Hollywood. In the randomized resident phone survey, results indicate slightly more residents, 39%, are in support of a permanent program for a shared dockless program in West Hollywood than those that oppose, which was 36%. And there are a substantial number of residents who are neutral, neither support nor oppose. Among the resident survey takers, 23% had used shared e-bikes or e-scooters in West Hollywood. For further clarification, Tool Design authored the report. FM3's role was to help develop the statistically significant resident survey instrument, to conduct the survey, and provide Tool with survey results and support further analysis. FM3 did the weighting to ensure results represented West Hollywood's demographics. Survey respondents were asked what changes they'd like to see implemented if the Dockless Shared Micromobility Program was to continue. The most popular response of 82% was fees or fines for improper parking that blocks access for people walking. Also, more than 60% of residents also supported adding more areas to park e-scooters or e-bikes. Among non-residents, the top program improvements chosen were more areas to park and more bike lanes for e-scooter and e-bike riders. The next section of the presentation will quickly review the operating agreement. Foremost, the operating agreement is the contract between the city and the operators. The city's current operators are Lime and Bird. Staff has provided City Council with a summarized list of modifications the operators would like the council to review, which is included as Attachment D. Many of the existing terms of the program operating agreement remains the same, with minor clarification points or expansion on existing requirements. A few key existing elements that remain part of the agreement are seen up on the screen. Staff wanted to highlight the insurance requirements that are still in place, which exceed the state requirements, which requires operators to have no less than $5 million in commercial general liability. And all insurance requirements are in line with state law, specifically AB 371, which requires $10,000 coverage for injury or death and $1,000 for property damage to assistive technology devices. The draft operating agreement includes the new fee amounts approved by the City Council at the June City Council meeting. These amounts were based on staff's analysis of fee schedules from neighboring cities in the LA County region. We also included new compliance penalty fees or fines, a 48-hour idle fine, geofence violations for no parking or no deployment zones, mandatory parking stations, and special event violations. Also, the agreement includes improper parking fines that are imposed directly onto the rider, and a service request fine in which operators will be responsible for responding to service requests within 2 hours between 6 a.m. and 11:59 p.m., which is the standard time allotment for operators in neighboring cities. The agreement encourages incentives but does not require them. The operators have said that report cards at the end of a ride seem to hold riders accountable due to wanting a satisfactory score, and the operating agreement also encourages rider discounts whenever possible for good rider behavior. We did include a 25% discount for 1 quarter for participating operators that host, attend, or present at any type of educational event. And there are other opportunities for incentives. Lastly, we included a monthly reporting requirement to align with the complaint data that we might receive and the financial penalties, and then all payments will be invoiced quarterly. This is a brief slide of the financial impacts of the proposed program operating agreement. And here is a list of options for next steps. Option A, institute a second phase of the program, which includes extending the existing pilot program through December 31st and implementing a revised program operating agreement effective January 1st, 2024, and that would be valid for another 18-month term. The council may decide to end the pilot program until further notice or extend the existing pilot program to allow time for further evaluation. That concludes our presentation. We are now available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Meister.
Paige, can you please go back to the slide on the costs?
Yes.
Thank you. Oop. There you go. So are those the total costs of operating the program? Because isn't a full-time person, employee in the city of West Hollywood more than $50,000?
So at the top of the screen, you'll see the current operating expenditures and revenues, we did not include our staff time in that assessment. For the potential and projected, this is truly a rough estimate of the amount of staff time that it will take, and we just made a decision to estimate about $50,000.
And how much will the infrastructure cost? I see the 1,500 per station. It's only 10 stations that you're working on, or is it, because you had that there were 30 stations, were there improvements going to the 30 stations?
We currently have about 35 existing parking stations, and the 10 that you see up there would be the new stations that we would build further, maybe on the west side of the city. So those are brand new. The maintenance costs are not included in this assessment, but we installed the existing parking corrals 2 years ago and have not done any maintenance in the last 2 years. So it might be time for some costs associated with maintaining those, and that would just be basically cleaning them and repainting.
So, but on this first year, it would be 10 stations at $1,500 each, so it would be $15,000, right?
Yes, correct.
So it's 15,000 plus 50, which is 65, plus the 30,000 of the data aggregator. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
So it would be 90.
Sorry for that typo.
Right?
Yes,
It would
95.
be 90 something thousand, or 50, 15, 65, 95,000.
Yes, sorry, that is a typo on my.
Okay, that's a typo. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about the online survey. Can you go back to that slide? So the next slide, you say that the online survey is statistically valid. I don't see how that can be statistically valid if it was based on self-selection. Anyone could go online and respond, right? Well, then that is just that's not statistically valid. And I'm sorry, I can't get words out. But a survey that's based on self-selection is never valid. So I appreciate that you broke down the information, but that's, from a standpoint of statistics, it's just not right. So I guess that wasn't a question, it was more of a comment. I'm sorry.
All right, it doesn't look like we have any other, or do we have a question? Oh, no? Yes.
Thank you so much. In regards to usage of our streets, do we charge cars to use our streets?
No, we do not.
No, we do not. We charge them to parking permits?
Yes.
Great. In terms of, sorry, I'm trying. I have lots of paper in front of me. In terms of total accidents, can you go back to that slide with cars versus pedestrians? Thank you so much. So in the last 2 years, we've seen 598 vehicular accidents with injuries, meaning a car has struck a person, a thing. And then just to clarify, there have been 3 scooter ones that are self-reported, or how do we track that? Is it through the sheriff's department?
Yes, through the sheriff's.
And the sheriff's department regularly tracks all accidents because they may or may not be called?
Correct.
Correct. So technically the sheriffs, and correct me if I'm wrong, were called to potentially 1,952 accidents involving a vehicle from July 2021 to September 2023?
Yes.
And theoretically, that's a lot of sheriff staff time because cars keep hitting people.
Yes.
Great. And then 3 people have reported it, so the sheriffs have responded to that, so it's probably less than the time they spend on cars.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. They're leading questions for a reason. On the east side, where I live, and I sent you a photo, I didn't Katie Porter it with white photos behind me, but cars frequently park up on the sidewalk, blocking the right-of-way. We cite them not so much, but cars are allowed with our parking system. I think our parking teams are here to park within reason towards the sidewalk, right, Vince? Do you want to talk more about that photo I sent last week when I was walking to 7-Eleven?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I've been Scarino, Parking Services Manager with the city. So the typically in that particular photo that you sent me, the one vehicle was clearly in violation. They were, half the car was in the sidewalk. The other vehicle, it was barely the bumper. Typically, we would not cite for that because it's not impeding the access to the sidewalk. We don't have, the code doesn't clearly call out what the violation should be, so there is some discretion there.
Great. And then in regards, but we do allow them to park like that. So there is a call that you or a parking officer would have to make on an individual basis of a car blocking the right-of-way, correct?
Yes.
And how much staff time does that usually equate to?
Well, it's the officer that comes to do it. It's a couple, maybe 15, 30 seconds.
Yeah. But there's a lot of cars going north and south on Curson for a reason. Additionally, are those cars in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act? Can we sue the owners of those cars?
I don't have the expertise to speak to that.
Exactly. Thank you. And then my last question is, what efforts on the survey for the 25% of the people that did not respond or shared no opinion you tried to get to? They received a mailer and what else? A phone call?
And an email.
And an email.
And mailer.
And what else have we used? The name of our survey company, again, is FM3 Research. What else have we used them for? Do you remember, Fran? We've used them for a bunch of stuff, right?
Yeah, we've used them for the community survey before and for other surveys throughout. Yes.
So they're a valid survey firm in Los Angeles County and I think nationwide, correct?
Yes, and in fact, I think council directed us to contact them directly for this survey. So.
Great, so you would say they're probably one of the best in the business?
More than likely, yes.
And then the results that came back then showing 39%, 36%, and then 25% people just having other things to do with their life would be considered a pretty good survey result from a statistically valid and great survey group that we've worked with multiple times.
Yes.
Great. So any complaint against survey data would be most likely just the jurisprudence of somebody's own opinions. Then never mind. I'll save that for my comments. But nevertheless, thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Byers, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, you provided a solution in this to some of the parking challenges, and I'm understanding that one of the scooters has a parking limitation and the other doesn't. Can you just clarify some of that with me a little bit?
Yeah, so our current operating agreement encourages mandatory parking stations but does not require it.
Okay.
And so Lime has instituted the mandatory parking stations for their users, and Bird does not have that yet. So our new operating agreement would require it and then also fine the operators if their devices are found outside of those stations.
Thank you. And I think I noticed too that Lime was the scooter that had the most complaints about it. So the suggestion to onboard new parking stations would mitigate some of that. The absence of having a place to park adequately could make a user very frustrated and make them abandon a scooter in an inappropriate place. So the idea is to sort of map where those frustrations have occurred and provide an alternative.
Yes. Also, with the corresponding Lime complaints, they do actually have a larger fleet as well because they provide the city with e-bikes, and so that was a negotiated term of their contract.
That they get more. Okay.
Yes.
And how many total vehicles are there throughout West Hollywood?
There should be a total of 360 vehicles in the city.
Thank you. So when is Bird planning on instituting the fine? Is Bird going to institute the fining just like Lime is doing in their program?
They do not fine, Lime doesn't fine for not
But
using.
the penalty? Is that what?
I have not heard if Bird is going to implement that on their own accord.
You've not heard that? Okay.
Yeah, so the revised agreement does include that new fine schedule and the new penalty structure. So what we've heard from the operators is that, although they would like some of those fines reduced perchance, that they're willing to work with the city with regards to the fine structure and penalties that are pretty much on par with other cities around kind of like the region. So we're not too far off with some of those amounts.
Okay, so we will be instituting that. Good.
Correct.
Okay. That's all my questions. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question to Mayor Pro Tem's question. So FM3 is the survey company that did the resident survey, but not the online survey. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did they also write the report? Because there are two names on the report, Tool Design and FM3.
Yeah, and we have Malia who can answer that question if you'd like. But from our communication, Tool Design provided the data, wrote up the analysis, presented that information to Tool Design, who then put together the report.
Okay, so FM3 wrote the questionnaire and got the data, and Tool then took the data and did whatever and and Tool Design is also the company that you're recommending to be the company that sets the parameters of this program. Is that right?
No. So that was a recommendation that we had a couple of council meetings ago. Yeah. But we've in fact done some of that work already with the revised agreement. So we limited the scope of their work just to help us with the survey.
Okay.
So we won't be asking for any additional support beyond what's in the staff report today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I don't think we have any more questions, so let's move to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening on item 5C is Mikey Friedman, to be followed by Rick Watts.
After 2 years of not getting it right, you've trashed up our sweet little city and made it harder to take a walk. The staff report said the scooters haven't helped to reduce traffic or emissions, and for greedy Bird and the Lime, it's not the environment, it's all about money. You want them to pick up scooters now? You want them to collect fines? Did you know that they dump them on the sidewalks every single morning so that their riders have easier access? Yep, I checked their app and I verified it with ABM. And yet, Lime and Bird are asking you to lower the fines. Bird even asked you to lower ADA fines. True? That's chutzpah. For less revenue than the city makes from one billboard on Sunset, you take away our rights to safety and access and give our sidewalks to tourists who don't care and to kids out for a joyride. 590 petition signers want our sidewalks back, but like in the lobby, has it fallen on deaf ears? The survey numbers were close, But the votes would have changed drastically to ban the scooters if people taking the survey had been told honestly that the proposed solutions had already been tried and were not forthcoming ideas as the bias tool design people presented them. 59% of scooter riders admitted to illegally riding on the sidewalk, so they solved their problem by creating a problem for us. They want us to get out of their way. And residents' needs must take priority over non-residents. All sidewalk violations are ADA violations and should be fined as such. Bottom line, ban the scooters, give us back WeHo, the most walkable city, and end WeHo, the walk at your own risk city. Only 2 weeks ago, you ushered in Disabilities Awareness Month. All we want is to walk somewhere, safe on sidewalks without a care. No scooters anywhere, wouldn't it be lovely? Yes, it would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Our next speaker is Rick Watts, to be followed by Michael Cavato.
Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood, and one of the many residents of this city that was not given an opportunity to take part in this statistically invalid survey. Councilmember Erickson, you prided yourself a little earlier this evening on wanting to make sure that housing was compliant and with the law and concerns about liability and so forth. And I want to point out to you that one thing that goes into considerations of liability is something called foreseeability. When hazards are foreseeable and they are not acted on, liability goes up, as Professor Heilman can attest. This scooter program has been going on for 2 years now in our walkable city, as some 59% of the scooter riders readily admit, riding on the sidewalks and interfering with the rights of all pedestrians to take advantage of their walkable city on our sidewalks. We've got a lot of different modes of transportation in the city other than scooters. We have the good old MTA, which is still free right now. We've got the city shuttle, we've got the city line, we've got bicycles, we've got feet for those that care to walk, our 1.9 square miles. And I want to remind you how this scooter program came to this city. They dumped their products illegally, not going through any of the permitting process, and had any other business done that, let's say a gun shop setting up in a vacant storefront. Every one of you would be out with your staff photographers going out to demand that storefront be shut down and referred for prosecution and their wares seized.
Thank you, Rick. Our next speaker is Michael Cavato, to be followed by Alex Petra.
Good evening, members of council. Good to see you all again. I'm Michael Cavato, a Director of Government Partnerships at BIRD, and I'm here today to advocate for the continuation of the shared scooter program and to emphasize the positive impacts it's had on the community. For years, we've provided a convenient and efficient mode of transportation to the people of West Hollywood. Residents and visitors have embraced this mode of transportation, finding our scooters make it easier to connect with their community while reducing a reliance on personal vehicles. By supporting the shared scooter program, you continue to contribute to the city's broader goals of improving air quality and addressing climate change with hundreds of tons of offset CO2. We've worked closely with staff to implement safety measures such as geofencing to regulate speed limits, designated parking areas to minimize clutter on sidewalks, and comprehensive rider education campaigns. We've also boosted local businesses and increased foot traffic through West Hollywood through our more than 80,000 trips annually, of which 48.5% taken by regular commuters are done with the aid of our equity programs. I understand that there have been concerns raised regarding the use of scooters and safety in our community. I urge you to consider the alternatives put forward by staff, including incentivized parking, and encouraging community engagement through hosting events. We're excited to continue working in partnership with West Hollywood to build a more sustainable, accessible, and dynamic city for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Alex Petra, to be followed by Julian Hicks. Okay, Julian Hicks, to be followed by Andrew Gibson.
Council members, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak in favor of continuing the Douglas Shared Speaker Program. I'm an 8-year resident of the West Hollywood area. I live about 2 miles south of West Hollywood. My options for getting into West Hollywood are pretty much by car or a 45-minute drive, or by Douglas Shared Scooter. And I have to say that riding a scooter is a lot more enjoyable than getting in my car or walking for half an hour to 45 minutes. West Hollywood has an amazing built environment for scooters. It's just wonderful to ride here. When I ride over the boundary between Los Angeles and West Hollywood, I immediately feel safer. I also find that riding a scooter in West Hollywood makes me feel more connected to the community. I'm able to go at a speed where I'm actually able to see what people are doing. I'm able to see new shops that might be around, stop the scooter, go in and shop. And you know, one thing I just want to say is that one of my favorite things about West Hollywood, I grew up in Los Angeles, and one of my favorite things about West Hollywood is how welcoming it is. You know, people come from all over to visit here, but one thing I really hate is how difficult it is to get here. And how difficult it is to park. And you know, scooters are basically the one transit form that I know that I can take other than potentially a bus, which may come late, may not come at all, that I know I'll be able to use and provides a vital link to the rest of Los Angeles. So thank you for allowing me to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Our next speaker is Andrew Gibson, to be followed by Manny Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Gibson, and I just passed my 10-year anniversary as a West Hollywood resident in September. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of having an e-scooter program in West Hollywood. This has been an evolving sentiment over the years, and in 2019 or 2020, there is no way that I'd be here speaking in support of this program. When scooters first hit the streets in Santa Monica, I was recovering from hip surgery, and I found myself frequently worried about tripping or being hit by them on my lunch breaks. But the way cities and the scooter companies handle things has evolved tremendously over the years. During periods of physical stability, I have felt safe enough to ride them, and when I haven't been, I've still benefited from them when friends from WeHo and from neighboring areas have been able to quickly meet me at my apartment or around town. I have recently been taking long walks through the city to build strength and stability after recovering from a long-term ankle injury. In my walks, I have narrowly avoided numerous trip hazards, but this time around, none of them have been scooters. I know firsthand that these devices are not without their challenges, but I also know that challenges have solutions. While I hope the program continues, I also strongly encourage the city and scooter companies to continue to build on the progress that has already been made. I believe that this service should continue for our residents and visitors, and through true partnership can do so in a way that is neither a nuisance nor a hazard. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Manny Rodriguez, to be followed by Nick Roybal.
Hi, Manny Rodriguez, West Hollywood. I'm not going to talk about cars, planes, or trains. I'm going to talk about scooters because that's what we're here for. I think we're overthinking it a little bit. It's really very simple. 2 years later, on-demand dockless scooters and bicycles and e-bikes have continued to illegally be dumped on the pedestrian path, and users continue to ride on the sidewalks. This has been proven. What most residents don't understand is that the city has done everything it could to stop this behavior from happening. Nothing has worked. The users don't care, and the companies look the other way. This pilot program has clearly shown that the DNA of this business model cannot be changed. Scooter serves no purpose for the user if they can't ride them wherever they want and dump them wherever they want. This has been proven. Don't believe the fantastical, nonsensical claims made by scooter companies These devices will not make the environment any better, not even a minuscule amount, and they have not prevented car trips in any impactful way. What they have done is eliminated walking in favor of a motorized, electric, 240-pound projectile. What's the rush? Happy hour at Rocco's is 7 hours long. You can walk there. I encourage the council to finally stop partnering and doing business with these companies. They only contribute to blight in our city and compromise the pedestrians' confidence in the walkable environment. Let's not be defeatists any longer. Let's be leaders and end this program tonight.
Thank you, Manny. Our next speaker is Nicholas Roybal, to be followed by Melissa Curler.
What I've heard a lot this evening is that convenience for some is greater than safety for others. That's what I've heard. That convenience for some weighs more in this city than the most vulnerable. Is that really what we are saying, Mayor Schein, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson? That convenience and those with privileges matter more in this city. I agree with the chief of police in London, who calls these death traps. They are just that. And I agree with our sheriffs. If any of you watched the recent Safety Commission meeting, where they clearly said they're not going to enforce breaking the law. So, Councilmember Byers, you speak a lot, oh, we'll regulate, and I know that's the compromise, Mayor Schein, you're looking for. But how are you going to regulate when our own sheriff's department says they're not going to? The issue here again is, why are we crafting policy in 2023 that doesn't center the most vulnerable in our community? And I might add, the most vulnerable who founded this city. They should be the first voices when it comes to crafting, not billion-dollar companies. And recently, the Boston Consulting Group, Bird, and Lime, in 2 years, they're expected to be, in this venture that they're on, in Europe especially, $20 to $30 billion. So this talk about regulations, we're going to geofence, really though? We're not even going to enforce not riding on sidewalks here in the city. So all this talk about enforcement, it's cheap.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Melissa Curler, to be followed by James Croak. Okay, James Croak.
I'm a stunt performer, so to me, movement is life and variety is the spice. I support a functional program, but this is not one.
Can you pull the mic closer, please?
The sad cost slide doesn't include the individual costs, of which lots of us are doing free work that elevates the scooter experience for the city. A company can be valid, but that doesn't validate an improperly done survey on our end. That being said, my thoughts. I wore this shirt covered in birds to metaphorically represent our city, which has been covered in birds since the pilot program began. It started without our consent, and we agreed to implement a clumsy pilot system. In WeHo, over most any other city, consent is celebrated and expected. What does it tell our businesses if we allow programs to work outside of regulations to the eventual submission of our jurisdiction? I am an able-bodied person that tries to keep an empathetic eye on my experiences. Having an elderly dog and a baby that I've pushed in the strollers over the years, it has given me a unique perspective on the scooter issue and our atrocious sidewalks. Most every day I have to report scooters for parking on our sidewalks. I have to move these heavy burdensome machines to the side because the culture and companies don't care. I can't sit by knowing that at any point someone who may not be able to deal with them could be on their way through. Whatever fees and consequences there are don't seem to dissuade poor behaviors. I report the same addresses consistently. WeHo is made up of young and old, able-bodied and limited mobility, and foreign and domestic citizens. Not everyone understands how to interact or address public concerns. It took me months to get a lead on productive means to address these scooters. I used to call and get responses weeks or months later. Eventually, my girlfriend found a lead off of a community app, not the WeHo app, to use online sources to communicate issues. Once I started working with the WeHo app, it became a more productive workflow. However, there has been no change in the culture. If I, a youngish, able-bodied busybody who has been home because of the strikes, had such a long start to my education and execution in dealing with these scooters, then I can only assume there are others in town that just grin or frown and bear the weight of these nuisances. Typically, societal issues fall to those of us with the least. The people that can afford homes with outdoor space and travel by means apart from our sidewalks get to avoid these headaches. Those of us without use these sidewalks every day. We use the parks, we visit the shops, and we bring life to the streets. We, those sidewalk travelers, get to intimately know the concrete we travel, the crooked driveways and that, and it's not safe for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Jonathan, to be followed by Murray Aronson. Okay, Jonathan with no last name. Murray Aronson, to be followed by Kelly Pilarski.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Murray Aronson. I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood. I know that it's gotten more dangerous to navigate the streets of West Hollywood. Either these scooters go through red lights and boulevard stop signs without any care whatsoever, but I've had personal experience with tripping over one of these damned scooters. Fortunately, nothing happened. I didn't break a bone or anything, but I could have. And whenever I walk around the city, I always, and this is almost every day, I run into scooters in the most inconvenient places, by bus stops, by crosswalks, and I consider myself fortunate that I haven't had more accidents. Now, a friend of mine, also a neighbor, did trip over a scooter and broke his arm. So it happens all the time. Please be sensible about this. This is dangerous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Kelly Pilarski, to be followed by Laura Boccoletti.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in favor of the scooter program, and I just want to say that I am a scooter rider, but I am also the same person that reports the scooters and gets frustrated with them on the sidewalk. So tonight we're looking for next steps, and I want to have a real conversation with Bird. Thank you for showing up tonight and listening to the complaints. Thank you to all of you for showing up tonight and voicing your concerns. We have to have a real conversation with the next RFP process and what needs to be in place for the city of West Hollywood to serve both my needs and his needs and your needs and Bird's needs and the city's needs, because right now it's not working. So let's come up with a compromise between those of you with the no scooter cross out stickers on your chest and those that need the system to get around and to live a healthy lifestyle. I think we can all work through this together.
Thank you, Kelly. Laura Boccoletti, to be followed by John Hayes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Laura Boccoletti, 20-year resident of West Hollywood. With regard to the dockless scooter issue, while I do not ride a scooter myself, I do understand the value and convenience of them to those who do. However, the complicating issues are our city sidewalks, both on the main thoroughfare as well as the side streets, are just not wide enough to accommodate pedestrians and scooters safely. Since the purpose of sidewalks is for walking, scooters shouldn't be on them, nor should bicycles or skateboards, and I have seen and experienced the potential danger of all of them. Most riders seem to think pedestrians have radar, so they don't call out any warning when quickly coming up on their heels. I've come close to being run into more than once. Please don't write off the dangers as only a senior or disabled issue. I live around the corner from a gym whose young members often park on my street and walk to the gym. They are just as prone to possible collisions from scooters coming up on them at speed from behind, especially when many of them are walking along distracted by their cell phones. I have also seen scooter riders on their cell phones while in motion. There are apparently no rules of proper behavior issued by the scooter companies. Couple this with a sense of entitlement, irresponsibility, carelessness, and lack of respect on the part of most of the riders, which I suppose comes with lack of ownership. All reasons for why they drop the scooters anywhere and any which way, littering our sidewalks with dangerous obstacles, accidents waiting to happen. While I have not done a professional survey, I think it's safe to say that there are many more people walking on our sidewalks than scooter riders, and I would hope that while it is the duty of our city to keep everyone safe, that the majority in question would take priority. Speaking of surveys, which I know that cost the city hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, I never received an email or call on this issue. How many citizens were actually contacted? What percentage of our adult population was contacted? How valid are the results of this survey? Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Our next speaker is John Hayes, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Hello, I'm John Hayes. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for over 20 years, LA County native. I never got a request to do this survey, but nonetheless, I do support this program, and I want you to continue it and improve it. Nobody here who's complaining about this is addressing the worst offender for people here, and that's people who drive cars and trucks and those ridiculous number of SUVs that are everywhere, packing up the roads, blocking everybody from getting where they want to go, taking up a lot of space. They're very dangerous. Motor vehicles are by far the most dangerous, most expensive, and most polluting things we've got to deal with. So I do favor this. I do want to have better parking and more fines and more, you guys need to be really pushing that hard against these corporations, these companies. I do drive, and I do walk, and I do have a bicycle. I do not have a scooter. They annoy the hell out of me. I don't like seeing them on the sidewalks, but nonetheless, this can be improved. And overall, anything that stops people from driving vehicles, motor vehicles, is fine with me, as long as you improve it, make it as efficient and effective as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker in chambers is Kathy Blavis, and then we will move to our individuals in Zoom.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. You know, in a perfect world, if this situation was perfect, then people wouldn't be on the sidewalks, and the scooters wouldn't be left in the middle of the sidewalk. On any given day, I can tell you, going from my house just up to Plummer Park, on either side of the street, I will encounter scooters. I don't encounter cars up on the sidewalk. To compare the scooters to vehicles in terms of that is ridiculous. Compare them to bicycles, yes. In my opinion, this pilot program should be stopped. And it should be stopped until such time as all the problems are fixed. We are now an experiment. If this continues, we're the experiment. The citizens who walk, who are encountering problems with the scooters, are left to be the ones to watch out, get out of the way, and be the experiment until the problem is fixed. I don't know what the answer is. If everybody was perfect, I wouldn't need a lock on my door, I wouldn't need to lock my car doors, but these are things over the course of one's living that they realize. You don't leave things in your car if you don't want your car to be broken into. You don't leave scooters in the middle of the street. I mean, even the survey said that the riders in West Hollywood are riding on the sidewalks because the street is unsafe. Do you even hear that? They feel safer on the street, so get out of their way. They feel safer on the sidewalks, so get out of their way. I don't know if any of you have been on the street, either in a wheelchair or hard of hearing or pushing a stroller or any situation like that where you're blocked completely. What do you do? So please, suspend this until it's fixed. Don't fix it while we're suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We will now go to the individuals in Zoom.
Our first speaker on Zoom for this item is Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Elisa Edelin. Stephanie, please press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes. Stephanie, if you can hear us, please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. Tonight, your decision will decide the fate of every pedestrian in West Hollywood. Those in the community who oppose the dockless micromobility pilot program are not against cutting emissions. We are not against people using motorized scooters. However, when the billion-dollar companies are unable to render their vehicles safe to ride, and thoughtless, careless riders continuing to ride on the sidewalks in defiance of the laws because they are afraid to ride in the streets, endangering disabled and able-bodied pedestrians alike, it is time to end this program. The companies must see the sucker light going off over the city's head. The fact that the city is paying ABM to pick up the private company's product is ludicrous. Motorized rental scooters are left all over the city, which is their business model, indicated by the name dockless. Their products lie undocked throughout our city and impede the public right-of-way every day. It is illegal for any other business to even place a sign in front of their store or hold a sidewalk sale. They are fined for that. Here's an alternative to the problem. Recently, John Erickson and John D'Amico brought forth a bicycle program wherein the city gave 50 bikes to qualifying residents who were required to log the miles ridden their bikes, tracking the lowering of the emissions. The city could replicate that program and at least subsidize the cost of 50 scooters for qualifying residents. Ownership would almost guarantee the scooter would not be left on the sidewalk. And if registered the way cars are, any violators of the laws could be ticketed and fined. If we want actual significant emission reductions, run a light rail down the middle of Santa Monica Boulevard, a la Kansas City, Missouri. Please, in the interest of safety, use option B and end the dockless micromobility pilot program now. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is Alyssa Edelin, to be followed by Lynn Russell. Alyssa, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alyssa Edelin, and I am the Regional General Manager for the U.S. West at Lime. I want to thank the Council for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to express Lime's support for staff's recommendation and to extend the micromobility program with the regulations and fee structure that has been outlined. We also express our support for the survey circulated by staff showing that over 50% of West Hollywood residents support a mobility program. Since July of 2021, Lime is proud to operate a dockless micromobility program in West Hollywood, and as of July of 2022, Lime has also added bike-to-store programs to serve the community. In the last 2 years, over 79,000 riders have completed over 200,000 trips within the city of West Hollywood. This has saved the city over 340,000 pounds of CO2. I want to assure this audience that the safety of riders and non-riders is Lime's top priority. Lime is proud to share that of the 84,000 trips completed in West Hollywood in 2022, there were 0 reported pedestrian injuries. Lime consistently operates at 99.98% of all rides ending incident-free. After listening to the City Council and this community, Lime has already introduced a 10-mile-per-hour speed cap citywide. Keeping the right-of-way clear for pedestrians is incredibly important to Lime. We have worked hand in hand with the city, and Lime has already implemented a mandatory parking, which requires users to end their ride and thus park their vehicle at one of West Hollywood's designated parking spots. It is a misconception scooters can park anywhere. They cannot. They are required to park at a designated parking spot. Also, already active is our enhanced sidewalk riding technology within the city, which emits an audible alert if the vehicle detects a rider is improperly riding on the sidewalk. Finally, I want to emphasize our continued commitment to West Hollywood and our desire to work with the city to further improve this program. We know how important it is to listen to the community. Lime has already met with the Older Adults Advisory Board and the Disability
Thank you,
Advisory
Elisa.
Board.
Your time is up.
Lime commit-
Elisa, your time is
Thank
up.
you for your
Thank you
time.
so much. Mayor, final speaker on Zoom on this item is Lynn Russell. Lynn, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good evening. This is Lynn Russell. Good evening, Mayor Shine and fellow council members. West Hollywood's current Disability Awareness Month provides a fitting intersection with the elimination of scooters and other devices that operate on our sidewalks and streets, creating a hazard to the disabled and vulnerable residents, as well as unsuspecting users of our sidewalks. Aging in place is presumably another declared high priority of the city, not simply limited to one's residence. Having enjoyed a lifetime as a competitive athlete in various disciplines and maintaining peak health and condition, for the past 24 months I have been immobile, and while inching into partial mobility through use of a walker, my situational awareness and vigilance has been heightened regarding the multiple hazards of scooters and bikes on the sidewalk. Prior to this, during the pandemic, while very active on the streets, in running and walking, I observed major objectionable scooter behavior. Hoping the users will suddenly become more thoughtful and responsible is a mere pipe dream. Additionally, poor condition of our sidewalks in the mid-city area, particularly Fountain from Crescent Heights to La Cienega and surrounding streets, require immediate attention. The irresponsible manner in which the program was introduced without proper foresight and lack of urgency in mitigating the effects is really striking. The prime responsibility of the city is to the groups mentioned previously and all residents of the community. If they are indeed earnest commitments, and removal of the scooter program as a public nuisance would be the most responsible and appropriate thing to do. Please consider that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Mayor, that was our last speaker on Zoom.
And I have one citizen position slip to read into the record. Jonathan Mizrahi would like the program to be made permanent, and he is a resident of West Hollywood.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem has some more questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Are Steve and Oscar and, well, no, I'm sorry, not Oscar, Trigger, sorry, I know that's coming. Jackie, I see Steve back there. I have a couple questions for Public Works. How often do we repave our streets as a city? I know we're doing some of it right now as you come down.
Is it on now? Nope. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is easier. Steve Campbell, your Director of Public Works. So our streets are repaved. We have a program that we do annually. It's basically based on the condition of the pavement. So a street can be repaved anywhere depending, and it largely depends upon the traffic and the type of things that are going on the street. Somewhere between every 10 to 15 years, I would guess, somewhere in that range. Sometimes it's earlier, sometimes it may be a little later, but it largely depends on the status, the condition of the pavement.
How often, I remember when I worked at City Hall, Mila did such a great job of notifying all the residents of sidewalk improvements. How often, or what's the process for how we improve our sidewalks around the city?
We have several different programs. The one you're probably speaking of that Mila ran every year was a CDBG program, and that was mostly in our neighborhoods, and it would kind of go through thirds or quarters of the city on an annual basis, and depending upon the conditions, again, sidewalks would be either improved or replaced.
Great. Page Francisco, the pilot on page 5 of the staff report, the pilot program has generated a total of 169 total trips since July 2021. and Steve, this is a double question. If all of those were cars, because that essentially takes someone away, or let's half it. Let's say if half of those were cars, would we have to repave Santa Monica Boulevard more? Probably not every 10 to 15 years, probably less than that. So that's a lot of added traffic to main boulevards, correct?
It's a lot of added traffic. For instance, what the project that's going on right now, it's probably been pushing 20 years on that portion. So it's really a hard question to answer. There's a lot of variables that go into it.
Great. What is the timeline for some of our infrastructure improvements that this council, both previous and current, is on forward? So Melrose, when is that expected to be done?
That should be done by around the end of the year.
Around the end of the year?
Yeah, this phase.
This phase, thank you. So when is, you just made a lot of people happy and not happy at the same time.
That's my job.
Thank you, there you go, it's great. Does Melrose include a protected lane or carve-outs for bikes, scooters maybe? In that essence, did the project include anything like that?
Protected lanes, no, it does not.
No. Is there any type of striping that will be done for bikes or other shared mobility devices?
Not off the top of my head, not on Melrose.
Okay, it's never too late to add that. What about Beverly?
Beverly is currently in design. I believe that the master plan does call for some striping, but I'm purely going off recollection.
No worries, thank you.
Francisco knows more.
Yes, thank you. And these came up over the conversation of the public. Santa Monica Boulevard, I know several meetings ago, we are doing a block-by-block analysis for many things, but we prioritize Fountain. Rough estimate and timeline there. Those types of improvements won't be done. I mean, maybe we'll catch up with Metro, but what types of timelines are you all thinking roughly in your head? I know I ask Jackie this question every couple of weeks. Do you know, like, roughly where we're looking at in terms of Fountain or Santa Monica?
Are you talking the bike lanes?
Talking street improvements, bike lanes, but protected modes of transportation, so that way things wouldn't have to be on the sidewalks?
Yeah, I think that's maybe Francisco has a better answer.
Sure,
but
whoever
that needs to
could
go
answer it.
through, some process and design and those things before we can start to guess at really when can we actually get in and come.
So we're a ways off.
We're a ways off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to happen in the next 6 months.
That's okay. That was the answer I expected. I got confused by a couple of comments. Has this program reduced potentially climate emissions? I'm imagining, what did you say, 700,000+ miles traveled, not in a car?
Yes.
Are we able to find any types of ways to measure that, or are we just going off of numbers and trips?
We are just going off of trip counts.
Trip counts. So even if 1/3 of the actual total trips was done, that would have a substantial climate change aspect of taking cars off the streets?
Correct, and that's what Populous, our data aggregator, recommends or advises cities that it's about 1/3 of the total trips that would be used by cars.
Okay. Thank you. And my last question that came up for me, second to last, is that in the staff report on page 6, you state that there was a couple of comments that said these aren't people that live in our city, but the staff report indicates that most rides either start or end in the city. I just wanted to clarify the record.
Yes, correct.
Great. And then I'm not a statistician. I don't have that great skill set like Councilmember Meister, who does a lot of great work with surveys. But do people that want to participate in a random sample survey get to? No. So I didn't get to participate in the survey. I haven't participated in any of these surveys. But just because I wanted to doesn't mean I'm going to get a call by FM3, right?
Correct.
Because that would make
It's
the survey
randomized.
actually invalid.
Correct.
Thank you. Or tool or whatever it is. That's not random, right? So people that want to be involved, it's great. You could have taken the other one, which I think Councilmember Heilman's question was very valid, but the different one, the only WeHo residents, is, from what I'm guessing, statistically valid.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, we do have one more speaker on Zoom we're going to take, and then we'll get to discussion.
They're not back in the meeting, Mayor.
They're not here?
Oh, here they're coming in now.
Okay.
So while we wait, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, I did want. Sorry, I went silent. In the staff report, in the climate action and environmental sustainability section, we do have metrics regarding the amount of CO2 emissions that have been reduced. And that has about approximately 253 metric tons of CO2 have been removed. That does equal to approximately 50 homes electricity used for 1 year based on calculations from the EPA.
And cars are the single biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions in California?
It's construction and vehicles, correct.
Thank you so much.
Is the speaker on?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Wes Sigmiller, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi. So first of all, it's very troubling. That was quite a lot of work to try to give a public comment. Apparently at the last meeting, you guys made it so that the policy is that people have to pre-register by noon in order to give a comment on Zoom. So that's likely a violation of the Brown Act. I think the only reason that I'm giving this comment right now is because I threatened a lawsuit. So I really encourage you guys to revisit that. If you don't, that lawsuit is forthcoming. Now, to this issue, I'm a disabled resident in West Hollywood. I live with a chronic medical disability that impairs my physical ability to move around. This scooter program is a disaster. It's likely a violation of the American Disabilities Act. And so this city has a special obligation to consider that and not just give lip service to serving disabled residents during this Disability Awareness Month. And particularly, I'd like to highlight that 2 weeks ago, WehoTV published that Planned Parenthood received a $1 million donation from Bird and Lime scooter companies. John Erickson, you have held this position at Planned Parenthood LA, and that doesn't look good, doesn't pass the smell test. And so I filed a complaint requesting an investigation by City Attorney Laura Langer. Just this afternoon, she emailed me saying, oh, I don't see any evidence of any impropriety there. And so there's no problem with John Erickson weighing in, voting on this issue. So Ms. Langer, you have a responsibility tonight in front of the public before the vote goes forward for you to explain what that investigative procedure was. Did you just take John Erickson's word for it? Because I can tell you, he's not exactly a paragon of ethical behavior. In fact, he was mentored by Abby Land, who is notorious for perfecting the cottage industry of soliciting donations to her nonprofit, the Trevor Project.
Thank you, Wes. Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's move to discussion. You have more questions? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to follow up on the traffic question. So has car traffic actually decreased? Do we actually have numbers? For example, developers, when they're going to be working on a project, they do a traffic study, and they actually have real numbers that go into an EIR. So do we have real numbers for pre and post pilot?
No, we did not conduct that analysis.
Okay. All right. On page 5 of the staff report, you have that the trips have decreased. It looks like the trips have decreased over 40% from July 2021 to July 2023. Do we have any intel on that?
No, we do not have any intel on that. This is the first summer, as I said in the presentation, that we have not surpassed 20,000 rides, and we don't have any indication of why that is.
Is that, do you think it's a trend? Is it a trend in other cities? Did we check on that?
We did not check on the trend of the most recent months, but the dips per season is a common trend among all cities.
Okay. Then in the Populous online survey, which we basically said is a survey that has mostly, which was self-identified people who wanted to participate. But I have to assume that the ones who were riders were riders. I don't know about residents versus other, but 60% of them said that they rode on the sidewalks. So we're saying we have 512,000 trips. If you divide that by 2 years, it's 255 something thousand. 60% of that is 153,000 trips that have been on the sidewalk. Is that something that can be an assumption if people are admitting that they were on the sidewalk? And in that report, the Populous report, it said over 60% of the people said that they had ridden on the sidewalk.
Yeah, potentially. I think we have to consider that there are certain areas where bicycles and scooters can actually ride on the sidewalk because we've instructed them to do so. So people could have just been honest, telling us that they were riding on the sidewalk when they were supposed to. We can't tell whether somebody was riding the entire trip on the sidewalk or if they went on and off. So it's kind of hard to determine whether that was a very specific targeted number or answer to the question.
And also in that Populous survey, they showed some data from other cities. They were doing a comparison of our city with 2 other cities. And so I would love to know what have other cities done to solve these issues, and have they been successful? Has rider behavior been modified? Are there any case studies that show that rider behavior has been modified?
I think that cities across the nation have the very issues that we are seeing in West Hollywood, and the case study research that we have had is they do implement fees and fine structures that are very robust, which West Hollywood has not tried yet. But to your question, it is not resolved in any of the cities. For example, one of the cities in particular that required sidewalk speed throttling, so they actually intervened with rides. Their program, based on our operators' feedback, have decreased significantly in ridership, and so they're redoing their entire structure of their program. That's only one example. So we have not yet found across the nation the right formula to successfully make all parties happy for this program.
Okay, and then on the fines and citations, and who pays the geofence or mandatory parking station fine of $1 or 50 cents?
The operator.
It is the operator. And do you think that if the operator has to pay that 50 cents, do you think it's really going to prevent someone from parking somewhere where they shouldn't?
The feedback that we've received from the operators about our permit or our operating agreement fee structure is that, yes, it will have a financial implication on their business operations, and they will do anything they can to mitigate those penalty fines.
And then there's a fine for failure to respond within 2 hours, right? The $20 per occurrence. What if the device sits there for 2 days or 3 days or 4 days? Is it still $20?
Yes.
So you don't increase it? So they can come back in 4 days and pay the same thing that they'd have to pay to pick up the vehicle in 1 day or in 2 hours?
It's definitely something we can add and incorporate in our permit agreement. This was just the base.
Wait, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Please let staff speak. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I think what you were trying to say was that that's sort of like our initial suggestion, and we can revise it according to whatever council considers is best.
So then my final question is, why did we hire ABM to do the pickup in the first place? Because in the beginning of the pilot, it was the companies, right, that were supposed to pick up the vehicles and make sure they're not in places where they shouldn't be. So it ended up that we had to pay $150,000 to ABM because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing, the companies. Is that right? I mean, that's why we hired ABM. I mean, we didn't do it just to do it, right?
All right. So ABM does have an enhanced fleet field services service to the city, and if that's something the council would be interested in continuing, we can definitely look into that.
I'm just asking, I'm asking, why do we think, you know, the definition of crazy is doing the same thing and expecting a different result? So my question is, why do we think that this time the companies are going to be different? Why is this time going to be different?
Oh, I see.
It's not the fines, not at $20 for as many days as they can lay there.
Right. I think we've added some additional requirements to the agreement. So a whole schedule of fines and penalties that we've seen have mitigated some of the concerns in other cities. We can increase some of the penalties. Will that work? We're trying our hardest to mimic what some of the other cities have successfully implemented in their municipality. I know with ABM, one of the concerns that the city council had was just, being able to provide that kind of customer service and being able to scoop up those scooters as soon as possible, which may or may not happen with the operators, or at least not at the particular time that ABM was contracted to help the city out. But now we have service requirements, like estimated time for folks to actually come and pick up scooters if there is an issue, which is something that we didn't have before. So I think
You have an operator fee. If you have a fee of $20, whether they're picking it up in 2 hours or 6 days later,
right,
that's not really a disincentive to pick up or an incentive to pick up. But yet we're ready to incentivize them for providing an education class. We're ready to give them a 25% discount.
Yeah.
I have one last
Sure.
question, and that is, does the city, and this is for Lauren Langer, does the city have liability or not? And if not, why is it that JPIA has gotten involved in this issue?
It's a good question. I think it's hard to answer a question, will there ever be liability for something, because there's so many factors that can play into it, and liability can often be such a factual situation. The reason that JPIA was consulted was because they do risk management as opposed to just handling claims. And so by having JPIA review the contract, they can ensure that the risk of liability is reduced as much as possible, and risk of liability is shifted over to the operator as much as possible. So those were the two things that the JPIA was looking for in reviewing the contract.
And when have they come up with something, an answer?
Yes, they provided some comments to us right before this meeting.
So they have not, those comments have not been incorporated.
Those comments have not been
in this staff report.
They are not in the staff report because they were received well after this agenda was printed.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. I think there's some questions or concerns about what it looks like when those 360 vehicles or scooters, bikes become accessible to members of the community. Some people have named it dumping. Some people recognize that it just happens. Can you sort of speak to what that process looks like of making sure those 360 vehicles are accessible to our community members on a daily basis?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, how do the scooters get to West Hollywood? And what does that look like for those companies?
Yes, so every morning the operators deploy 120 or 220, depending on their contract, scooters every morning in their designated deployment areas throughout the city that they can set the scooters out.
So the areas that they're being dropped off are known to the companies, they're named on the sidewalks, people can expect it regularly. Great. Thank you. I have another question concerning some of the comments that were raised. Bicyclists have long been able to utilize sidewalk space, especially when there's no bike lane available. Has this community, maybe before my time, ever had a conversation about banning bicycle use across our community because of that challenge on our sidewalks?
Yeah, I think we've had that discussion previously. Yes.
And have we banned them?
Not entirely. So as I mentioned earlier, there are some areas of the city where we do allow bicycles to ride on the sidewalks. And typically it just has to do with the infrastructure or lack of infrastructure that we have for bicyclists in the city.
Are those areas of our how are those areas of our community cited? Do people know they're entering a zone that a bicycle or a scooter may be on the sidewalk?
Typically there's some signage on our light posts, but that might indicate that sidewalk riding is allowed in certain sidewalks, and it sort of veers in and out of the street depending on how wide a sidewalk might be and whether it can incorporate some of that mobility.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
All right. Councilmember Harlan, do you have any comments? Or?
I have comments. Are we ready to comment?
I think we're ready to comment. We're in comment section now. It's just there were a lot of more questions.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. And I took my Invisalign out, so maybe I can say statistics now, but probably not. All those years of speech therapy, it's still hard for me. First of all, thank you to the staff and all the work that you put into this. I do want to first comment about the survey and clarify my comments from before. The online survey is completely worthless as far as I'm concerned. It, as I said, it has the problem of self-selection. Anyone could go online and respond to that survey, so that is not statistically valid. The survey conducted by FM3, though, is valid, and it shows that there is about 39% of our residents who support, about 36% who oppose, and about 25% who don't know what we're talking about or have no opinion at all. I do think it is a valid survey, and Councilmember Meister can speak more to this, but a valid survey does not reach out to every single person. It reaches out to a selection of the community and then extrapolates that data. And that's why when you read about surveys, they always report that there's a margin of error. So it's likely that our community is fairly equally divided, which is not surprising because we know that there are some people who like the scooters, who use them, and we know that there are other people who absolutely do not like the scooters and don't want them on the sidewalks. I also want to talk a little bit about other types of vehicles, cars in particular. There was a question about whether they pay any kind of tax, and I think the answer that was given was very quick, but people who drive cars, if they're powered by gas, they pay a gas tax, and we use a lot of that revenue for road paving. Even if they're not powered by gas, they pay a vehicle license tax, and if I recall, we get a portion of that from the state every year as well. So there is revenue generated by automobiles. I will say that I wish there were a way for us to accommodate both views, the people who like the scooters and those who do not. There are some pros to the scooters. I know people who ride them to go to work. I think far more people ride them for enjoyment or to get to social events or non-work related trips. The scooters do help with emission reduction, assuming that people riding the scooters would otherwise use a gasoline-powered vehicle to go on their trip. The cons, as I see it, and has been expressed very loudly tonight, and I understand it completely, the issue of safety for pedestrians in particular. And I also have safety concerns for those who ride these scooters, because I think we've all seen people who ride them without any concern for their own safety, without helmets, without paying attention to other vehicles. The other issue is accidents. In fairness, cars cause accidents as well. We're aware of that. But cars are not driven on sidewalks where there are pedestrians. And that, to me, is one of the big differences here. The other con, in my view, is that this is a costly program for us. And even with some kind of fees being charged or increased, the amount of time that our staff has spent on this and the amount of time that we have spent on it is not worth it to me. I ultimately come down on the side of us needing to end this program. I don't always agree with Kathy Blavis, but I agree with her tonight. It makes no sense to continue a program where the risks are so significant to other people trying to use the sidewalks. If I think we could operate this without it interfering with pedestrian movement, I would be fine with it. But we have shown, and we have seen rather, that the people riding the scooters will just dump them wherever they want. They don't care. Some do, and I appreciate them. Some will try to ride on the street, but most of them are going to ride on the sidewalk, and many of them are mindless about the impacts on other people. So what I hope tonight, though, is that we make a decision one way or another. We have, done a survey. We've done another survey. We have asked our staff to gather all sorts of information. Ultimately, it's our responsibility to make a decision and live with that decision. And we may not be in agreement on it, but I hope that we will make a decision one way or another tonight. Thank you.
Okay, comments from my other colleagues? Discussion? Councilmember Myers.
Sure, happy to share. Thank you, staff. You've worked extremely diligently on this program. Thank you to the community for your engagement. Many of you brought really incredible, thoughtful solutions and ideas and highlighted your experience, which I think is incredibly important. I want to share some of mine. I think I've been known to be a scooter rider. I made a decision, about 7 years ago to give up my vehicle. It was smashed on a freeway by an uninsured driver. I didn't have an opportunity to buy a new vehicle. I found a bus, started getting downtown to my job at that time, and made it work. It's really difficult to navigate Los Angeles County in this region without a car. And at that point in my life, I thought, if I can, then I can create a pathway for others, and that's something I want to do. The scooters coming in was a great intervention. It made missing every single bus not missing work or a meeting, and those buses are really unreliable. I think for people who give themselves a chance to not have a vehicle, cars are, the scooters and the bikes, Metro, all the bike share programs that exist across this county help make that possible. I really challenge us to think about not so limitedly just the one little scooter trip and its carbon emissions, but the grander scheme that we're really contributing to that's helping people imagine a world beyond car use, car reliance, personal vehicle reliance at least. I still rent one from time to time. But it does make a huge impact. Planning how you're going to get somewhere in this county is very, very difficult. And you do see workers in their uniforms using these scooters, probably because they missed a bus. We're in a really large gap time as systems are evolving, as people are maybe unable to afford vehicles, choosing not to for their own reasons because the climate is making us do anything we possibly can to address solutions on an individual level. Going vegan's a great idea also. I really think that this is about seeing and imagining the way a world can work and living in the tensions that it has. I am frustrated constantly by the existence of cars, constantly, and cars have the ultimate power in our community right now. And it's really challenging for me to think about what it means to forego a program that has made it possible for me to continue to give up that car. And this isn't just about me. There are many, many people making these decisions. And I think that's something we as a city have a responsibility to hold. I'm glad I have a personal story. I don't know how many cities have council members that use these things. It's part of the problem and all of these ways of not being able to imagine a world beyond cars, which I'm going to continue to hold as part of this program's why. The goals of this program, which have been met very successfully, I think, about reducing or addressing our climate goals as a city broadly, which it has, regional connectivity and getting people an alternative. This is working. I really don't want to see us do away with that. I really want to center what world I think we are trying to build when we create programs like this. And I absolutely want to express my real sympathy and struggle for the challenges of this. I mean, from day one, getting dumped onto the sidewalks, it doesn't feel good as a city to feel like we're forced to accommodate something. And we've been dealing with that since. I'm grateful for the partnerships that have felt very different over the years and continuing to get more improved. Birds here, Lime is, on Zoom, that's valuable. And I know that they want to continue to do that, and we have to hold them accountable to do that. I think staff has come up with a really incredible list of fees and penalties that'll make sure that the challenges that we've faced are really getting addressed. As somebody who has been, challenged by finding a parking spot on one of those limes that is meant to really, I'm glad that we're expanding this. We're really getting into the weeds on this. I think 18 months is a really valuable extension on what is ultimately a very new engagement with these scooters. We cannot act like tonight, if we adopt the proposal that staff brought forward to us, that's the same thing. It's not the same program that we've worked with. It's a greater sense of accountability, and I think it's something that we can look forward to working. I'm also going to take real accountability for my generation of entitled scooter users. Like, we're out there, it's very real. I see them and I get so frustrated about it all the time. And I ask people who are driving their vehicle to say how many times you've honked at a fellow vehicle driver, how many times you feel like your life is inhibited because somebody's slamming on the brakes or driving their vehicle improperly. We have a sickness of not knowing how to interact with each other positively in our streets. And that affects everybody all the time. And we really have to cure it in all levels because our safety is deeply on the line. I take responsibility. I encourage my fellow riders to take responsibility. I encourage us to take accountability for the city we live in. And please report these vehicles, everybody. Somebody mentioned the challenge in reporting. Perhaps the scooter companies can help us find solutions by creating some labels on their devices about how to better report these things. But I think we're facing a huge list of solutions that meet the challenges of the moment. We have a period of time ahead of us to continue to reflect on this new program. And ultimately, I think we have a real responsibility to continue this program for the climate's sake, for people's ability to live into alternatives, and for us to really avoid the constant convenience of car culture that is just destroying our planet. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister.
Sure, I think people already know how I feel based on my questions, but I'll just summarize by saying that I believe that the program's going to cost the city money, which it shouldn't, because they're making money, the operators are making money. I think that there could be risk and liability for the city, and the fact that we're not waiting to hear from what JPIA has to say about it is irresponsible of us. I think that Staff should have done pre and post traffic studies and not just make assumptions as to why there was a decrease in greenhouse gases when we're doing a number of things to reduce greenhouse gases. I think the fees and citations are way too low. I think they're not going to disincentivize bad behavior by the operators or riders. There's no reason to believe that the operators will be more responsible than they were when the program started in terms of picking up abandoned devices. I think somebody mentioned about scooters being on a sidewalk, and what's the difference between that and a bike? An average bicycle weighs a heck of a lot less than an average scooter, and when a scooter goes into you, I'm sure it would cause much more of a problem than the average bike. And then lastly, I'll just say that other pedestrian-friendly cities, like Paris, have said no. And they have put their pedestrians first, and I hope that we can. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Thank you. Paige, what was the reason on the survey for why people went on the sidewalks?
They felt unsafe on the street, riding on the street.
Thank you. It's easy to criticize when we're trying to get to a solution here. And it's easy to criticize maybe when you've even been up at the dais. I too would have liked that pre and post survey, Councilmember Meister, but you and I have been on this dais together, and I wish maybe you would have suggested that too in your leadership role when we've been giving multiple recommendations. You did not. I just want to point that out of respect. And I say that because we've thrown, what Councilmember Heilman has said, everything at the table to try to do this. A survey, another survey, everything else. So I think we all have to take accountability for what we have and have not asked for. And that's not anything against you. We're all trying to find a solution here. My e-bike also weighs much more than a scooter, so it's, heavy as well. So we have to take into accountability all the types of bikes. Look, it doesn't matter what many of us say up here. Most of us are going to be demonized one way or another for voting in whatever way that we hold our values. But our values are our values. And I think ultimately when it comes down to what we're looking at is we are suffering from car blindness in Los Angeles and West Hollywood. I challenge many people to walk east of La Brea and let me know how those sidewalks, streets, and other modes of transportation are. And let me tell you, they're really bad. But nevertheless, we are trying to find a way to do this. I think at the end of the day, as I predicted in my head, it wouldn't matter if the survey came back 1,000,000% saying they support scooters. There would have been some complaint about something, saying it's invalid, and it's just like you can't win everything, and you just have to go with what's before us here. And it's sad that we live in that type of a world where rationale and what we try to do and try to get to the voters and the residents of West Hollywood, as people always like to say, because the 25% of the people I think that don't care or just have no opinion are busy also living their lives, trying to survive in the world that we are. I'm pretty much almost hit by a car 3 to 4 times a week because I'm walking in the sidewalk, walking in the crosswalk, walking just in general. And I think the sad thing is that we just have no accountability to each other in regards to when we're behind these vehicles. And it is horrible that people would leave a scooter on the corner and do what we've all talked about up here. It's not right and it's not okay. I find myself moving them, I want to move them, and I want these corrals and everything else to exist. But nevertheless, I think that what Councilmember Heilman said is correct, and we do have to make a decision tonight. And so I am in support of item in the staff report, option A. I think that this has worked. I hear from people all the time that they use scooters. They do not want to use their car. they want to take a different mode of transportation, and as we've seen, infrastructure improvements to make any way and mode of transportation better are far ways away. That's something that the previous council, this council is focusing on, but it's going to take time. And it's unfortunate because there were 36 years of cityhood before that when I wish that we could, but now seeing President Biden, Secretary Buttigieg focusing on infrastructure improvement with federal grants, it does give me hope. You know, just to comment on the famous Paris survey, 2% of the people voted in that election, which if that's the measure of success, then I have to wonder. And that's because the mayor of Paris is single-handedly getting rid of streets for cars to create better access for bikes and pedestrians. I'm willing to do that if that's what it means to get rid of the scooters, but we have another conversation than if we're going to get rid of cars along Santa Monica Boulevard, because that's the equatable fact for what they're doing in Paris in the major areas where they're closing down streets for anything else that doesn't include a bike or foot traffic. But that's also because European countries have more than the United States prioritized bikes and other ways to get out of your cars. So with that, I'm in support of item A. One thing I have heard from the community, and I experience myself, I think it says a lot when people actually are using these modes of transportation and are decision makers. The 10 miles an hour is extremely dangerous. I have ridden this thing on Fountain on the road, and cars whooshing by are much faster, to say the least. And I think what it says, at least 12, is fair when a car is on Fountain going at least 50 miles an hour, but that's the one change I would like to see. Other than that, I think what the mayor proposed 6 months ago, or what I think was, 70,000 trips ago, 6 months ago, right, Paige? Something like that number since we've last heard this, have all been put into the staff report and have all been put into these agreements. And I think the city still remains at risk with things like cars. We hear from JPIA with that all the time. So I do think and agree with what Councilmember Meister said. I would like to see those comments and what was shared regarding that. But nevertheless, if we're going to talk every street improvement and the JPIA review of what that looks like in terms of liability for car-based accidents, and that would be something that I think we should be holding equitable in the same way. And those are all my comments.
Okay. I have a question. The 18 months, how do we come up with 18 months?
Sure, Mayor. That is what we have written in the code as the permitted time frame for our contracts with the permitted vendors.
Okay. And option A would be essentially to really continue this program as a pilot still, correct?
We would consider it the next phase. We're beyond the pilot phase at this point because we would be implementing the new revised requirements.
Mhm.
We're calling it the next phase, semi-permanent, permanent phase, because we are having a much longer contractual period than the existing contracts.
And when would so what would happen at the end of the 18-month contract?
Yeah, we would come back to the city council with renewal for those contracts and either amend them or revise them, as necessary.
So it would come back to us for another vote. It wouldn't
Correct.
just be automatically or an option or anything like that.
Whatever the council decides, but we can arrange it whichever way is best for the council. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I think what we've heard this evening, for me, has been a night of folks that are against the program and a night of folks that have shown up that are for the program, which is very in line with the statistical survey, which was promised for this program, and that Councilmember Meister and I pushed for. And I agree, those online surveys are awful. I don't even think we should do them on important things ever again in the city. It doesn't even make sense, and it's a waste of time. So I agree with Councilmember Heilman on that, and I'm happy that we narrowed this to residents only. And at the end of the day, it ended up that a slightly more amount of residents were for this program. The way the program had been done, though, I can understand the frustration from our residents. It was started in a way that was not done with good forethought. It was not done with enough economic return at all for us in the city as far as ABM and all the money we paid out. So on that end, I'm glad that there's going to be these changes, even though it's not a lot, it's kind of breaking even, but it's better than putting money out, because I think this new form of expanded mobility is more than just about money. It really is about giving access and often to the vulnerable. The companies, yes, they do make a lot of money, just like car companies make a lot of money. And most companies do. But when I look at this and the folks that came here and spoke and other folks that use this, and even Councilmember Byers' story, it tells me that young people, that workers, people that may not be able to afford a car, people that want a different form of access are using these scooters, and that's not a bad thing. It's a new thing. I am concerned, still, I've been concerned, and have been concerned about them being blocking the sidewalks, and I understand that. But what I also understand from this, these changes that are being made in this new operating agreement is that we are taking the data of what we learned to continue to refine and make this program better. If this comes back in 18 months and we're still in the same place, that's a big problem. That to me is not really a success. So this is different than the first phase where we were monitoring it now, how many, every 6 months, or we were supposed to do every 6 months, and there was a lag for a while, but almost every 6 months to tweak it and change it. So I think we are at a place where we're matching up to where we should have been at the beginning and making a better deal. But from the data that we had, I think it's going to, with the added corrals and parking spaces, give the scooter riders an opportunity to park them where they're supposed to be parking them. So I too am in favor of option A this evening, and I think that's where I land. Sure.
I have two suggestions, although I'm not going to be voting for this, but number one is I think you really have to talk about the citation and fees and having escalating fees and citations when when the operators do not do what they're supposed to be doing, because they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it in 2 hours if they have unlimited time with the same.
I agree with you
fee.
actually on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
then if this is going to be 18 months, you have an opportunity to do the traffic studies.
Exactly. I was going to make that addition because I was actually going to make that addition to this because I think it's easy for us to say we've logged 700,000+ miles of things not on of the scooters, but I think it would be great to put together a traffic study because they aren't, and I think you said this, Councilmember Meister, they aren't being done in other cities, so it's important to see what that traffic study does look like moving forward. And us as leaders giving that direction and throwing that on here is an important direction to do. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Was your motion, was your motion having to do with the speed change too?
Yeah, so I was going to, if I may, or what?
I think you already made your argument. I just wanted to know if it included, if that's the case, I would want us to, if we're going to add two more to 12?
It would be at whatever they said, I think at least 12 because.
Yeah, so if it's at 12, we're going 2 more miles per hour. I would want, I think Councilmember Meister mentioned that what is the state insurance minimum that the carriers have to carry?
The state is 1 million and our requirement is 5 million.
No, so if someone gets hit, the insurance per incident.
Oh, per incident is $10,000.
So I'm actually interested in ways of upping that for the protection of pedestrians. I think that's the state minimum, but that doesn't mean we can't ask for higher amounts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so a typical surgery would have been 3 accidents. I know one of them was your sister. So I would like, I think at least $100,000 of insurance for pedestrians who are injured as a result of being hit by a scooter rider.
If you go with option A, we can look at that over the few months till we bring back the final agreement.
Because it's coming back on January.
It's coming back,
Perfect.
yes.
Great. Good. And that way we're providing protections to pedestrians and the public, and it alleviates some of those concerns for folks. Okay.
Great, so we'll go forth with my motion then would include, do the button. Option A would then the progressive fee schedule for the fines, the traffic study over the course of the 18 months, so starting when they would begin to when we come back. Additionally, the insurance requirement, and then the 12 miles an hour commentary that I believe was provided to us, the at least 12 miles an hour.
Yeah, correct. Currently it's 10 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And we can, question regarding, just clarification regarding the escalation of fines, just because that can mean a variety of things. I think we did mention there's a little bit of consternation about the $20 per incident. After 2 hours of that scooter not being moved, would it be okay if we were to add something like 20 hours for each hour that the scooter is not, $20 per hour for every incident that the scooter is not relocated?
Yeah.
That kind of is a much higher fine schedule, but it gives us at least something to add to the documentation.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Are you? Yeah, okay.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor.
And for the public's clarification, it is moving, excuse me, option A, increasing the speed from 10 miles per hour to 12 miles per hour, adding an escalating fee structure. Francisco gave an example. increasing the insurance to $100,000 for pedestrians who are hit by a scooter, and a traffic study. Did I capture everything?
You did.
Okay. So we will start voting. And the motion passes 3-2, noting the no votes of Councilmember Howman and Meister.
Economic study, yeah, we can do that. All right, so we are going to move to item 5D, which is the agreement for an economic study. I believe we had some questions from Councilmember Heilman. So I don't think so when staff comes, I'm going to say if it's okay with my colleagues, let's skip the brief. So no staff report, and we can just go into questions.
Hi, thank you. I just had some questions about how you see designing in color the subcontractor working as part of this project. Maybe you could explain exactly what their role is going to be. My concern was when I looked up their website, they don't seem to have a lot of economic development experience, and I think that's what the primary focus of this, this initiative is. So maybe if you could explain a little bit what their involvement would be, that would help me.
Sure, Councilmember Hammond. Hi, Paulo Casperdet, Management Analyst with the City of West Hollywood. To answer your question with designing in color is the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility consultant for the economic study. In the economic study, they will be providing guidance to ensure that all elements of the plan have a diversity and inclusion lens associated with it. They'll be the boots on the ground outreaching to businesses to ensure that we're not only reaching businesses that we hear from all the time, but also businesses that might be underrepresented or might not traditionally be part of processes through various business entities within the City of West Hollywood. So they'll be kind of that conduit between the more technical HRNA advisors, prime consultant, and the businesses itself.
I don't know if anyone else had questions, but that answered my question.
I have to.
Go ahead.
Is it? I didn't remember seeing it in the report. Do we have in there that they should work with, or at least meet with, our Social Justice Advisory Board? Because this was a big issue for the Social Justice Task Force, and so I think it would be important for them to work with them and make that part of, it's an important topic, right? So make it part of that whole interaction as they're reaching out to the community. Yeah.
Hello, Christine Safrit, Assistant to the City Manager. Thank you for that question. It's not a specific item in the scope of work, but it's something that we can absolutely incorporate as inclusion with that group.
Thank you. All right, so I think with that, we're good. We have a motion, I have a second, and we can vote. Oh, assuming we didn't have public comments, right?
No, we didn't.
Okay,
I would have let you know.
I was going to say.
I just said, excuse me.
All right. So now we're going to move to item 6B, which is
5E.
Did I miss something? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, I skipped a page. 5E, which is the approve agreements for services to develop an inclusive strategic plan for the City of West Hollywood. How many
do we have any public commenters on this? Okay. I don't think we need a staff report for this from staff. Are you the same staff that's going to be here? Okay, great. So, Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, the reason that I had asked to pull it to discuss it, because it had been on consent, I believe, is that I just felt, well, two things. I wanted to make the same suggestion that Designing with Color works with the Social Justice Advisory Board, but a larger, more expensive ask is that I think that because this is such an important study and such an important, I mean, this is a study that's lasts for years, right? And we're planning to just alter it as we go. I think we need to put more of a budget on the market research side of it in terms of resident surveys, because right now you only have one resident survey, which is I think it's like a $40,000 budget. And I think there needs to be random selection focus groups that go in the beginning, because what the other Gensler is offering is not that. They have their, what they're providing is different. And I think that we should also have a survey towards the end of the process to make sure we're on, that we're on the right road. So, when we've come up with some specifics, that we do another survey to make sure that there's no red flags, and that, that our general population, random sample from our general population has been asked the questions. Because we all know, going through general plan process, and I remember the visioning study that we did 80 million years ago, a lot of the people who came to the events were, a lot of the same people that we see, which is great all the time, but this is something that affects the future of our city, and so I think having that random sample, as we saw with the survey, the scooter survey, that it makes sense to have that information. And I did ask the city manager and staff to see about what kind of budget we would have to add onto that to do that.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Paulo Kesperit, Management Analyst, City of West Hollywood again. In response to your question, yes, the original proposal from FM3 that's before you this evening includes one resident survey. It's a 15-minute survey at $49,100. For the additional services that you had mentioned, for the focus groups, we could have either 3 or 4 focus groups. And if the council desires to have 3 focus groups that are of random West Hollywood residents, that would be at $38,100, or 4 focus groups at $58,100. And if the council desires to have an additional resident survey towards the end, that would probably happen during the draft strategic plan to ensure that we are looking at the residents and kind of the draft plan to ensure that's in line with what they are thinking. That would be an additional $49,100, which would bring the total of the contract for FM3 to $148,300. And then we would request that the council authorize and allocate additional funding from the general fund reserves to for that additional scope of work.
Yeah, because we'd also be going into another budget year. For the latter part of the last survey might fall into this.
Yeah, we would budget all in
Okay.
this fiscal year
Okay.
For the duration of the project.
Okay. I mean, to me, if we're spending $130,000 for designing in color to work with our constituents, we should be spending an equal amount or more for our general public. So I would propose that we increase the budget to increase it by 110,000, approximately, because we already have some of it already in there. 50.
I believe there's a slide that we have.
Oh, we have a
Maybe
slide.
Provide a visual of what
Yes.
that may look like.
Sorry, it's slide 7 on the presentation. Oh, that's the wrong presentation. Go.
For slide 6?
Slide 6, thank you. So as you can see on this slide, this shows the breakdown that we gave down earlier with the 3 to 4 focus groups and then the additional 15-minute resident survey.
So basically an additional 100,000, and if we budgeted for that, we could decide later whether we need 3 or 4 focus groups.
That's correct.
Okay. I make a motion, unless there's questions.
Just so it's clear in the contract, and we want to get direction tonight, and we'll adjust the contract and the scope of work to match that direction. Maybe we add the 4 focus groups. All of our contracts are not to exceed amounts, and so if we decide to only have 3, we'd only pay for 3. So we do the amount that's equal to the having the 4 focus groups in the contract, which is 148,300. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we'd be increasing the FM3 contract to a not to exceed amount of $148,300, and we would be allocating additional funding of $99,200 from the general fund reserves and authorizing the Director of Finance and Technology Services to make that adjustment.
Sure. Yeah. Fine with me. Good.
I actually was going to pull this for, or hold this for a different reason, similar to what Councilmember Meister's concerns are. I just think the way the funding is allocated here didn't make a whole lot of sense, with so much going to designing in color that doesn't have the same track record as FM3 in terms of getting the community's information. So I will support the motion, but it seems like we're going to agree to increase the amount for FM3, and I will support the motion.
I'll make the motion.
All right, let's take a vote. And the motion passed. So we are now going to move to item 6B, which is the adoption of a resolution for exception to the 100-day wait period pursuant to Government Code Section 7522.56 and 2122.4. We do not need a brief for this either. Is there? Janet is?
I'm here.
There you are. You're not going to go walk over there. Okay, you're right
Sorry.
there you are. Okay, do my colleagues have any questions for Janet about this? Okay, are there any public comments on this? All right, Councilmember Meister, do you have comments?
I do.
Okay.
I'll be brief. I'm not going to support this item, and basically, it's not that I don't love Oscar. I love Oscar, but we have a number of very capable individuals working at the city. We have our deputy city manager, who has been here for many years, our new community development director, our economic development director, our property development manager. I just feel that a combination of those very skilled people should be able to pick up where Oscar left off. And my feeling is if that's not possible, then we have a succession problem here. There was plenty of notice of Oscar's retirement where people could have stepped in and figured it out. So that's just that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, city manager.
So just to clarify, so 95% of Oscar's duties are being handled by someone else. This is really, he's just coming back for the Sunsets Arts and Advertisement program, which is our billboard program, a very important program for the city. And we just need the consistency that we've had with that program. We've had a number of people leave the city that worked on the program. We have 8 projects that are currently in the pipeline, that were in the pipeline when Oscar left. And so it's really getting through those billboard projects and continuing on the program. It's not a long-term plan, it's a short-term plan to provide consistency with the current projects.
Great. Okay. My other colleagues, any? Councilmember Heilman?
Yeah, I wish Oscar hadn't retired. And since he did decide to abandon us, I'm glad that we're able to keep him on a project that was very complicated and, as David said, involved a number of staff changes and consultant changes over the years. So having Oscar's expertise, even for a short period of time, I think is really a benefit to the city and a benefit to the community.
I think that consistency is really important too. And I understand, Councilmember Meister, your position, absolutely. This program, I've heard so much from applicants and complaints and, this person left and now it's a mess. And it's just, I think having consistency is going to create a smoother transition. I do agree that we do need a succession plan. So that's something that I do agree with you for, and that's something that, I know we've talked about with the city manager moving forward. So will we have motion to adopt? Let's take a vote. Okay, so now we have
Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. No, we don't. There we go. Now.
Motion passes 4-1.
Excellent. We have 2M that was removed from consent and moved to excluded consent, and that is the agreement for services with Wilden Engineering to provide proactive code enforcement inspection of rent-stabilized residential units. We don't need a staff report for this. Thank you. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, you pulled this item, so.
Yeah, yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I pulled this item because I believe that we want to include and capture as many units as possible, including all under the RSO. I've been talking to Councilmember Meister about this, as we can talk to, but what am I missing? Because I want to make sure I encapsulate everything in our combo.
Yes, I just, needed clarification because the affordable housing projects are not under the RSO. So if this was based on rent stabilized units, they would not be included. So I just wanted to make sure that they would be included in the proactive code compliance program, like any other building.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. The inspection process for an affordable unit is very similar to the same process that would be undertaken for a rent-stabilized unit. We know that there are roughly an estimated 400 affordable units within the city versus the 16,516 rent-stabilized units. We anticipate that the process to complete the inspections of all of the RSD units would be about 3 years, roughly. And obviously, we would work with and speak to our consultant about the affordable housing units, and also just try to gauge as we step into this pilot program the impacts of those inspections. We know that some of the unit inspections will go quicker than others, depending on the type of unit that we're encountering. Also, remember, the program looks at exterior areas of rent-stabilized unit buildings. So we would look at the exterior common areas, the walkways, the stairways, pool areas. And also, we would invite or offer the opportunity for residents in those apartment buildings to request interior inspections of their units as well. So that would be part of the program.
And are you referring to 100% affordable projects like we talked about earlier, not inclusionary units
Well,
that are affordable?
inclusionary units would be part of it if it's, well, no, if it's a rent-stabilized building, aren't there inclusionary units in rent-stabilized buildings?
They're usually built later. they're not
Okay,
inclusionary
so-
buildings. Just those units
Okay,
are
yeah.
usually in newer buildings.
I'm
so they're
talking
not-
about the 400 units that are in the affordable
100%
projects to be treated just like the RSD units, to be included. It's only 2.5% more units to do.
I have no problem with that, but I do want to point out that most of those are in buildings that are relatively recently built. So I think our resources are better spent on those buildings that are more likely to have problems. I know that there are problems in some of the fully affordable buildings, and I'm certainly supportive of us addressing those problems, but I don't know that it necessarily has to be done through this program. Maybe there's another way for us to address those concerns, especially given the fact that there are, I believe that there are inspection requirements for certain Section 8 units anyway. Those are inspected by the county, as I recall.
But, well, these would be, I guess, non-county. I don't think we did the survey with county buildings.
Most
so-
of these buildings are getting Section 8 vouchers or certificates, so I think there's,
So it would be-
maybe we should find out what kind of inspections are they already subject to before we expand this.
Well, I would just say that I agree that some of the newer buildings don't have as many tick marks on bad stuff as the older buildings when we look at the survey that was done. But there are definitely issues, and I think they should be included in this program, or be a subset or something. But there should be a program.
Yeah, Councilmember Meister, I also just wanted to add, and for the rest of the council, that the intent of the program is for staff to inspect all the buildings. We will be notifying all the tenants of these buildings that code enforcement staff would be out to inspect, and then requesting from them whether or not they would want to allow us, right, to inspect in the interior of their unit if they're experiencing issues. So we wouldn't, be inspecting all of them. So we can certainly look at the affordable units and include that. I think what Vito was mentioning is that we'll just, push our time frame a little bit in terms of when we plan on, completing the cycle of, visiting all the buildings, if
Yeah,
that makes
and
sense.
that's fine. My point was to treat those buildings like any other rent-stabilized building for the purposes of this program.
Sure. And Section 8 housing does get inspected by the County of Los Angeles. So.
Yeah, and my point is that these buildings aren't like every other building in the sense that they already may be subject to inspections through the county program. So, and maybe we need to find out a little bit more, and I'm supportive of including them, but we may need to know what inspections are already done.
Okay, I mean, I'm just looking at results from that study and thinking
We got to do
that
something.
right.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Meister, if we could add also, we will work very closely with Director Schroeder and his staff. We saw some important data this evening on the survey that was presented, which we think is very relevant to the pilot program before you. And I would also just like to add that as part of the inspection process, we would also include checking whether a particular unit had been listed as a short-term rental as part of this effort. Because as we know, rent-stabilized units are not allowed to be used as short-term rentals. So this pilot program is envisioned to capture that as well.
I think that captured everything.
Okay, as long as that's part of it.
Yeah, and maybe we could get back a report on consent or something about what is currently being done so we can measure that and the success rate of that at to what the points that Councilmember Hammond talked about.
Yes.
I can reiterate them. I'm sorry. We've been having just to make sure that we know of all the things that are going on at the county, service buildings.
Section 8.
Yes, Section 8.
Inspections.
Yes.
We're happy to follow up with our colleagues and get additional information and return at some point with an update to the council on that. Because you're asking for what's going on in the Section 8 world with inspections on these units. Who's checking those units?
Yeah, and I'm going to make the motion to approve this with the understanding that we will expand it to include the fully affordable housing units if they're not already being inspected and we're not getting information and being able to follow up. Our goal here is to try to fix the problems. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I also think that the county doesn't necessarily look at the same things that our code people will be looking at.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that it's to our standards, not the county standards.
Okay. Someone going to second? Okay. All right, wonderful. We are now moving to council member comments. No? Am I missing something?
Additional public comment.
Oh, additional public comment. Do we have additional public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have one individual in chambers, Mikey Friedman.
Okay.
Well, now that it's a done deal, there's a couple things I didn't have time to say earlier that won't make any difference now, but I want to say them. Riding on the sidewalk is illegal, no matter what speed you're going. The sergeant said 21235 G is the California code that makes it illegal to ride on the sidewalk unless there's a specific reason why you have to. And so you really better check that out because you as a city are condoning illegal behavior. And so now that it's permanent, I'm going to be looking into options for suing the city for ADA equal access because every single time it's on the sidewalk, it is a violation of equal access. Okay, so I'm just giving you a heads up. It's past due. I should have done it a long time ago, but I was waiting because I couldn't do it when it was a pilot program. But now if it's permanent, I can, and I've got lots of people behind me. Also, you should know that ABM only has one van for all those hundreds of abandoned scooters. And how much are you paying them? Come on. Don't be so naive. And if you think that Bird and Lime are going to pick up all those scooters, I happen to know for a fact that they are dumping scooters every single morning, and Luis Benegas from ABM has verified that. It's also online. And funny thing is, now I also know who Green-Eyed Guy is. You can't hide anymore, kiddo. And the last thing I'll say in my last 57 seconds is, Kol Pelevav Pnima, Nefesh Yehudi Sophia, Ulfatze Mitzra Kadima, Ayenetzia Sophia. Od lo avda tikvatenu, ha-tikva shanot lapayim, Eretz Zion be'artzenu, Ili Eretz Zion v'Rushalayim. Good night.
That's it, Mayor.
Okay. So we will now move to council member comments. Councilmember Meister, would you like to go? Comments?
Sure. Attendance, I represented District 41 at the SCAG EEC committee meeting and regional council meeting. I attended WeHo Artists and Icons, and congratulations to Tim Sullivan. I attended the Code of Conduct training and the AIDS Walk opening ceremony. On the consent calendar, I just wanted to mention, because we did get an email about 2.0, which was the notice of completion for the decorative lanterns project in Mid-City. I just want to let the public know that we will get the issues with the lanterns addressed. They don't seem to be related to the installation and are most likely programming issues, according to our Public Works Director. And at any rate, all warranties are in effect and the contractor is very responsive. Announcements, 25th Annual Disability Service Awards will take place on Wednesday, October 18th, starting at 5:30 p.m. at West Hollywood City Council Chambers. The Disabilities Advisory Board addresses issues affecting people with disabilities, including ADA compliance, transportation, housing, access to city government, and services for people with disabilities, and makes recommendations to council relative to the adoption of programs, policies, or ordinance of benefit to the constituency. On Thursday, October 19th, Spirit Royale Drag Cheerleading Competition taking place at the Abbey. The event will support and raise awareness for the drag community and raise funds to support HIV and AIDS wellness programs. For more information and to RSVP, you go to the calendar on the city's website. The City Council has been practicing our cheer routine, and if that's not enough of a draw, then hopefully Pickle, the city's first drag laureate who will be in attendance, will be a draw. And then on Sunday, in community rooms 5 and 6 at Plummer Park on October 22nd, West Hollywood will install our newest city poet laureate, Jen Cheng. So we hope that you will join us for that. And then I just wanted to thank my colleagues for supporting the resolution condemning the recent attacks on Israel and standing in solidarity with Israel and its people. And I also want to thank Assemblymember Zuber for his strong and steadfast support of Israel. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers?
Thank you. I attended the Clean Power Alliance board meeting, the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Services Agency Bylaws Committee meeting, and many incredible community events here in West Hollywood, including the AIDS Walk. Really so glad to see so many people out and dance with you all, and walk, but I did a lot of dancing. In terms of my comments, I wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight and participating in our community discussions. I know for some, this has been made more difficult by the intensity of how conflict is handled in these rooms. I've heard from people more than once in this past week and before that as well, that they were choosing not to come to council chambers for our meetings because of how they've been made to feel in this room. And I just want to raise that as a problem. I think that should have us all concerned. This has been a devastating week for so many of us caring for people in harm's way. It's not enough that climate change related and natural occurring disasters continue to devastate the planet. More than 2,000 Afghani lives, including 90% women and children, were taken by an earthquake just this past week alone. But man-made bloodshed has us reeling. I'm grieving the killed Israelis and Palestinians and all the pain throughout our community and around the globe. I stand firmly against violence and oppression in all forms, be it bombing or terror at any and all scales. My heart breaks for our vast Jewish community here in West Hollywood and throughout Los Angeles, who had already been gripping rising anti-Semitic hate and violence, compounding historic traumas of exile. And our fear, and for our community and my friends with deep ties to Israel, too many who have had loved ones killed on last week's religious holiday. My heart breaks for our community and friends whose family in Palestine continue and face escalating violence and lack of humanitarian conditions as more and more Palestinian life is erased, and rising anti-Muslim hate in our own country has all